Good morning, everyone. As you can see, things are now hybrid and therefore a little more complicated, but welcome to the Committee of Adjustment for Toronto and East York. Got some lengthy opening remarks, but they're important. I'd like you to listen to them. So in accordance with Section 43 and 53 of the Planning Act, this Committee of Adjustment is called to order. Now, what do? The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to a property. It also can give permission to extend or enlarge lawful non-conforming uses, and it also gives consent to property to create new lots. So there's a division power that's there. Before we go any further, we want to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with Mississauga of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. So some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, but others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. And I'll just stop for a moment. So we have one of our members today coming in virtually. The applications are coming through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. In terms of procedure, those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or tablet or smartphone or telephone, and they have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will be automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're ready to speak, just to avoid reverberation and that sort of thing. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At other times, your video will be disabled and you'll be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in advance within the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panel controls for that matter. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually, need to make a written request for a decision by email. So if you're coming virtually, please include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment, as the Toronto local appeal body, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee today, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act about a year ago and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal the decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. And appeal instructions you'll see are set out at the bottom of the decision when you receive a notice of it. Okay, a word on procedure this morning. I'm going to call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with a presentation if desired. When the committee doesn't require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee members may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for discussion and for a decision. This is important. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment if you're approaching that limit. So we all have 5 minutes to work with at the max. All right, just again, just relating to procedure. Any presentation or materials that you want to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members can't accept materials right at the hearing. When addressing the committee, clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant, and just in terms of order, the applicant or the agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee of the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the actual hearing today. The committee may decide to defer an application if substantially revised to ensure that a revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice have been given notice of the changes. So after the applicant agent, then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room, and then we turn to those who are participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut, but only on those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for discussion and decision. All right, Madam Secretary Treasurer, just relating to our agenda again this morning, are there, I was going to move to deferrals, but actually there are minutes from a previous meeting, and I understand, Madam Secretary Treasurer, that those minutes have been confirmed. Is that correct?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, there are minutes confirmed from the members from the November 8th, 2023 hearing, ready for adoption today.
Thank you. Thank you. I would move to adopt those minutes. Could I have a seconder, please? All right, Mr. Member Reid seconds that. So all in favor? Yes. All right. Thank you. Now, at this point in the agenda, we also consider applications for deferral. So, Madam Secretary Treasurer, do you have any requests for deferral for items on today's agenda?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do, but perhaps we could start first with any declarations of interest and then move on to any files that need to be closed.
Right. Fair enough. Members of the panel, if you have any interest in a particular matter before us, then it'd be necessary to state that and recuse yourself. Yes, Member Reid.
I have a declaration of interest for the 315 CRAVEN item, number 17. I'm friends with one of the people writing in opposition.
All right, that's item 17, 315 Craven Road. All right. So when we reach that matter, it'd be necessary for you to recuse yourself and to leave the room. Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. All right.
Mr. Chair, I have I'm not sure, a conflict declaration for the afternoon. Is that something we deal with now as well?
Sure, why don't we?
Through the chair, you can also declare that interest in the afternoon session. We'll go through the same questioning, so you can declare it at that time in the afternoon
Okay,
session.
I'll do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then
Through,
back to the issue of deferrals. Madam Secretary.
right, and first we'll just, through the chair, we'll just do any files that need to be closed. There are 2 files that need to be closed this morning.
Okay.
We will need one motion for both is sufficient. So the first file to be closed is municipal address 199 Beach Avenue, file number A0339/21 TEY. And the second file to be closed is municipal address 296 Broadview Avenue, file number A0539/21TEY.
Thank you. So those two files are to be closed, all right?
And through the chair, if we could have a motion and a seconder to close those files, please.
All right. The chair will move that we close these two particular files on Beach Avenue and on Broadview Avenue. May I have the seconder, please? I'll second. All right. Member Fig seconds that, and so all in favor? Okay, thanks. We're catching up on some of the agenda items that we need to do. All right.
And through the chair now, we can move to deferrals.
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. Requests for deferrals that have come in then for items that are on the morning agenda.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are 3 applications requesting deferral for this morning agenda. Firstly, we have item number 1, municipal address 222 St. Mark's Road, file number A0352/23TEY. The second file is item number 14, municipal address 3 Columbus Avenue, file number A0834/23TEY. And lastly, item number 19, municipal address 37 Hillcrest Park, file number A0839/23TEY.
Thank you, Madam Secretary Treasurer. It's my feeling that we should deal with these deferrals first, call up speakers for each one, and we can make a decision for them. So there's a deferral request already for item number 1. The address here in the city is 222 St. Mark's Road. Is the owner or the applicant present today in person? Can we check if that person is online?
Alex,
Hello?
you are unmuted.
Yes?
Hi.
Okay. Hi, this is Alejandro Perez, yeah, for 222 San Marcos Road. I asked for a referral because I got a letter from Bruna Negro, Assistant Planner at Community Planning, on November 14th with some questions about our application. So the next day, on November 15th, I request a deferral. I have applied for a revised zoning because I tried to address the comments from community planning, and I'm waiting for the new zoning review to proceed to have the variances listed.
Sir, if I can just
So
rephrase that, then you're asking to defer the application. You're saying that community planning here in the city is going to take a look at some kind of modification that you've made. Is that correct?
yes, I want to address their concerns.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are there?
So the next available will be ideal because the zoning review should be ready this week.
Sorry, could you speak a little more slowly? We're having a little trouble with the audio.
Oh, yeah, no problem. If we can get the next available hearing, because our zoning review and everything should be done this week. So we will be ready this week.
Through the chair, yes, we will schedule, if deferred, for the next available hearing date.
Okay, thanks.
We're currently scheduling for January at the moment.
Thank you for that. Are there speakers who want to speak to this item or here, present or online? Again, it's for number 1, 222 St. Mark's Road.
Alex,
Alexia, I believe. I live in 10 Sun Valley Drive, which is like very close to St. Mark's. And me and my wife, we submitted a letter of objection. So it is in files. So we provided our reasons why we think this construction will not fit our neighborhood. But also I reviewed documents
Through the
attached.
chair, sorry, so we just need the position on the deferral request. We're not going to have you speak to the merits of the application. So are you in support or do you object to the deferral?
From my point of view, it's better to decide today.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, just to respond to you, I mean, something that might arise out of deferring this and putting it over is that there may be modifications that are more acceptable to you, or it may even be that a variance might drop away. All right. So I just wanted to say that. Is there an additional speaker on the deferral motion? Yes? All right.
I tried to contact the second speaker, but I couldn't reach them. So I will unmute the third one.
We'll give them a moment.
Caroline?
Good morning. My name is Caroline. I live at 226 St. Mark's Road. And I just want to be clear, we're just saying whether we agree with the deferral or we are not agreeing with the deferral, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what we're doing.
Okay. I guess I'm agreeing with the deferral and just hope that they make the appropriate changes.
Madam Secretary Treasurer, are there any speakers on that, any further speakers on that item?
No.
No. All right.
No, there isn't.
So panel, I'm going to move that we defer to a future meeting of Toronto and East York this application for 222 St. Mark's Road. Is there a seconder for that deferral? All right, thank you. Member Wilkins, thank you. All in favor? I should do that. All right. I think I'll proceed on then with the next deferral. I think we'll clean these up before we get to more active miles. Okay. So item 14 is the next request. The address is 3 Columbus Avenue. All right. Is there an agent or a speaker for this? Someone present today? 3 Columbus Avenue.
Through the chair, we're just checking the line.
Thank you.
Tom?
Oh, this is Tom Knezich of Solaris Architecture.
And could we have your address, Tom, for the record?
89 Wright Avenue is my personal and home office address.
Okay, thank you, yes. In connection then with this 3 Columbus site, with respect to this item, can you tell us why you're asking for a deferral this morning?
We've just learned that there was concerns from planning about it, and I'd like to work through those concerns. I don't actually understand what the concerns are specifically. I'd like to be able to address them. I have just been able to arrange a meeting with planning for next week. So that was after I tried right away several times. So I'd like to defer until we've spoken to them and I can figure out how to properly respond to their concerns.
Yeah, it seems quite reasonable to follow up on that and deal with concerns. Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers with respect to this item? All right, we do. All right. I wonder if you would, sorry, just call them up. Is someone else in the audience, could they just identify themselves then, who might want to speak to this issue of the deferral on the Columbus Avenue property?
Through the chair, we did have some people recognized or registered, sorry, to speak.
Fuck me.
Get, we're going to get that from time to time.
You can't. Hello?
Hi, Jennifer. We have some feedback from your end. Do you have any other devices you may need to mute in the background?
Okay. Can you mute that? Hello.
Hi, we can hear you a little bit better now.
Hi. Sorry, there's some kind of reverberation here. My name's Jennifer Craig. I'm a tenant at 1 Columbus Avenue, directly beside the proposed laneway house. I support the deferral. I object to the laneway house, but we support the deferral until further plans come forward.
Thanks very much. Any further speaker with respect to the deferral item, Madam Secretary Treasurer? Yes, further? Okay, thank you.
I just want to say I do know that there are several people from 1 Columbus on today, but we can't seem to unmute ourselves. Well, that was my problem. So I think there's problems with people getting through.
Thanks for that. We're checking.
Noel, you have
Hello?
been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Noelle Elia. I am an owner of 2 units at 1 Columbus Avenue. I support the deferral and I strongly object to this laneway suite. Is there more information I'm able to speak about right now, or is that it?
That's just fine. So we're not getting into the details of the merits here this morning, but all right. And you're in support of the deferral, as it sounds like there's going to be further discussion. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and strongly object to the laneway suite.
In that case, I'm going to move that we.
We have more speakers.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Sure. Glad.
Elizabeth, you have been unmuted. Elizabeth, can you hear us? Yeah, they're unmuted.
Through the chair, Elizabeth, can you hear us? You've been unmuted. Elizabeth, you are unmuted.
Also, there is another speaker for the address 36 Columbus Avenue. I tried to contact him, but I couldn't reach him.
All right, thank you. Is there a further speaker? All right.
Through the chair, no, there isn't.
Thank you. All right, seems like a good reason, and the matter can be discussed with planning apparently within a week. So, members, I'm going to move that we defer item 14, dealing with 3 Columbus Avenue, to a further meeting of the Toronto and East York Committee. So I so move. Anyone second? Yes. Mr. Reid seconds. And all in favor then of that item? Good, thank you. And then the last item, deferral item, to deal with this morning before we head into the main agenda, is item 19, and the address there is 37 Hillcrest Park. Is there an applicant agent here for that particular address? Yes.
There is.
There is. Thank you. Nice to see someone in person, I have to say.
Yes, thank you. It's Monica Kuhn, K-U-H-N. I'm the applicant and architect. Right. And you have my address, 12 Sackville Place. And I just wanted to say it's my first time back in person since before COVID, so it's just wonderful.
Well, that is very good. It is very good. We have Well, still adjusting a bit to the hybrid system, but anyway,
Anyway,
please go ahead.
So we
Yeah.
are requesting a deferral
right.
because, on the one hand, it's been great that Committee of Adjustment is, the process to get a hearing date has speeded up so exponentially, but on the other hand, it caught us a bit off guard. And we've been negotiating with neighbors, and we've been pulling together pricing, and so we just feel we're not ready to present to you today. And as I said, we are talking to the attached neighbor, and there will be some changes coming. So we're requesting some time.
Sounds good. Do you have an idea of what kind of time frame you might need? Are we talking a few weeks or?
No,
months or
well,
so?
you're not accepting new dates until January, and January is fine with us, I think. Yeah.
All right, thank you for this. We'll just have to ask if there are any other speakers that are present, either virtually or here.
Sorry, I do have the neighbor with me. She came to
Okay.
support.
Parking support. Well, that sounds fine. That's great that things are in progress and there's more to be done. So I'm going to move then for 37 Hill Crescent Park that we defer that item to a further meeting of this Committee of Adjustment, and I so move that we defer this. All right, all in favor, members? Thank you.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much.
Thank you. So is it deferred to another date? Okay. Which allows us all to move back to the main agenda. I have a secretary treasurer. Is there anything that needs to be brought to my attention before we, all right, get started with the agenda?
Through the chair, no, it's nothing extra.
Thanks very much. Just need a moment. Okay. Thank you. Now, moving to item number 2 on the agenda this morning is 342 Gilbert Avenue. Okay. There's an agent or owner present to speak to this item, please.
Through the chair, do you want to just first briefly run through the materials received?
All right, just a moment. Thank you. So we have a plan of survey and a site plan. Sorry, right on. Okay. Just, that's it. All right. With respect to Gilbert Avenue, then, yes, we have a copy of a survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations. We've got 2 photographs of the front of the property. There's a covering letter from Mr. Lopez as the agent, and there's an earlier Committee of Adjustment hearing that's mentioned, affects the property. We also have three form letters in support, signed by occupants of nearby residences, 336, 338, and 340 on Gilbert Avenue. All right. Now, having said that, then, can the agent applicant please speak up then for this item?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Bruno Lopez. I'm at Excel Engineering and Associates, located at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West, and I'm the agent for the owner.
So would you like to give us a very brief presentation? Tell us about your application and what you're asking committee to do.
Yes, absolutely. So if staff can actually pull up the cover letter, I think this is the most interesting piece of all the documents that we've provided. So this is actually an existing garage, but it's truly unique. We always say that our projects are unique, but this is definitely a unique project. This was a garage that was permitted in a previous Committee of Adjustments decision. However, the second floor was not a garage; was just a storage place. The interesting part is the garage itself is like a bunker, because the second floor that we consider where we're gonna propose the living quarters for the laneway suite is actually at grade with the main building. So in a nutshell, this is a very straightforward application. The building is already pre-existing. It's been there for over 2 years. I'll say about 3 years now. Again, it's a very simple, straightforward application, converting the existing open space into a linen suite. And yeah, I guess that's about it.
Through the chair, I will add, in terms of conditions, just to highlight that there is correspondence from Metrolinx with conditions for this application.
Thank you very much. So you're aware of that, then? A condition by Metrolinx are often concerned about noise and vibration. So are you familiar? Have you read that?
Yeah.
Request? Yep.
Yes, indeed. But again, construction here is going to be very minimum, because the interior of the suite is pretty much already, I'll say, more than halfway done, based on previous issued permits. So the impact will be very, very minor.
Okay. So there are 4 variances before us. May I ask for a little technical help in a moment, just on one of the screens. Okay, thank you, sir. Other speakers then for this particular item?
There isn't any other speakers.
And I should have asked you any questions from the members of this particular speaker? All right. Okay.
Yes, I do. Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a question to the applicant. Can you describe... Can you hear me? I'm speaking to the applicant. So I just want to understand about the previous approved decision and what you're applying for now, because your landscape request is pretty significant, which usually is not a minor situation in our previous cases. So I just want you to speak more about the decrease of the landscape that you're requesting.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Mr. Speaker. So what we have there in terms of variance, and we do take landscaping seriously, is that we are providing only 18.5% out of 50. But if you see, as the bylaw is interpreted, it's that from the rear main wall to property line. So the building itself takes more than 50% of landscape, and we did the best effort to create in between the building and the laneway suite as much as possible of green space. So if we go from wall to wall, we are pretty much on the 50%. But if we take from wall to the rear lot line, of course, even if we put everything green in between the house and the laneway suite walls, will be maximum at 40%.
So the footprint of this new building, is it different than the existing garage?
No, it's not. This is actually
the
a footprint
overhang, right?
already built and existing, correct?
So yeah, I think your presentation said it's just the second floor that's on it. Okay. I have no more questions, and I think we're ready to get to the committee and discuss, and I'm ready to support this application.
All right, just to the agent applicant, I noticed that this proposed garden suite penetrates an angular plane. Can you just explain a little bit about that? I don't know if in your materials you have a sketch or a drawing that shows what portion of the building would reach into that area of the angular plane.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Actually, if staff can pull up the drawings, the drawings are very self-explanatory. If you look at the angles, we are penetrating the angle probably on the last foot of the roof. So it's so minor that sometimes numbers, we cannot play around with them. And again, this is a building that was previously, it's already built. So if you go to our A0107 per se, you'll see how the angular plane is actually getting protruded. It's so minor that unless we go there and cut the roof for 1 foot, that actually these, I don't know, again, the benefit of it. If this would be a truly intrusion of 2 meters or so, I would agree that we can do a betterment. On this case, it's so minor that we just couldn't get rid of it.
All right, thanks for that explanation. It does seem minor. All right. Now, Madam Secretary Treasurer, then, do we have speakers either in favor or opposition on this item for us? No?
Through the chair, no speakers for this item.
All right, I'm going to take this matter into committee for any kind of discussion or comment.
Appreciated Aaron's question.
Yes.
But I'm satisfied that it meets the 4 tests opinion.
All right. Would you like to so move? And yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Through the chair, Lois, is your mic on, please? Thank you.
Sorry, that was my fault. Just to reiterate, I appreciated the panel member's question. That was my question as well. But I'm satisfied that they meet the 4 requirements and that these all 4 variances are minor. And I move that we accept these variances.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
What about the condition of the easement?
Metrolink's condition? Yes, of course.
All right, so a motion to approve subject to Metrolink's condition. All right, Mr. Reed seconds that. All right, all in favor then. This is an approval of this matter. Okay, sir, you have your approval related to that variance, those variances. Okay. All right, let's take a look here. Okay. All right. All right. Moving on to number 3 on the item is address 68 LAUGHTON Avenue. It's in the Davenport Ward. 64 it is LAUGHTON Avenue. Thank you. The chair is still a little bit old school, but it's item 3, 64 LAUGHTON Avenue. Is there an applicant or owner here to speak to this item?
Lina, you have been unmuted.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lina Rodriguez, and my address is 504 Perth Avenue, Toronto. I'm the agent for the owner.
Thank you. Okay. And we see that the purpose of this then is a cantilevered second-story addition to an existing one-story ancillary building, and it'll be in the rear yard abutting the laneway, and there are four variances before us. All right. Do you wish to make a very brief presentation? The last speaker.
Good morning. Yeah, the proposal is to construct a second story on an existing one-story garage on the laneway. This will be a laneway suite with a bedroom, living, dining, and kitchen. With this proposal, there will be 4 variances that will be created, which we believe are all minor. One is the encroachment of the eaves, which this proposed laneway suite has a flat roof and it slopes towards the laneway. So the only eave would be on the west side lot line, and we have a 1 meter setback there. So the eave, which is it encroaches 0.51, so we have that variance of 0.49 in that lot line, which will not affect the site, any other house, I mean the residential house. The second variance, which is the height of the building, so that requires a at least a separation, a distance between the main residential and this proposed laneway house at 7.5 meters required. We were able to provide 7 meters, but actually the garage wall is at 8 meters. It's the overhang that is 0.91 meters overhang second floor that is set back at 7 meters. So this again is a minor variance. The third would be the angular plane. So
Yes, we're interested in that. Please go ahead on that.
yeah, this wall that encroaches, where the wall encroaches the angular plane, the 45 degrees, is where we have to accommodate the bathroom and the bedroom. So we needed to extend that wall to a proper height. The second floor, so it will only have an 8-foot ceiling height, which would be a regular headroom for a living space. And we believe that's also minor. The last variance would be the maximum height of the building. So the garage is at 3 meters height. This would accommodate the doors, the overhead garage doors. The second floor is 2.79 meters. So that's why we have to be at 5.84 meters. This is not over height because we minimize the height of the second floor to the 8-foot ceiling headroom of the living space, and hopefully this will not be. This again, we believe, is minor and is appropriate for the development of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of the panel, any questions for this speaker? All right, seeing none. Madam Secretary Treasurer, then, do we have speakers either in favor or in opposition for this item? 64 Lawton.
Through the chair, I don't see any speakers for this item, no.
Just to the speaker, I noticed there were also form letters of support of your application. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Taking us into committee for discussion on this item, the 4 variances before us for garden suite. Yes, Mr. Reed, yes.
There being no opposition and this providing a new secondary dwelling, which is a goal of the City of Toronto, I'm going to be in favor of this one.
All right, thank you. Panel, are we ready to make a motion then? All right, Mr. Reed, why don't you proceed?
So I move that this item is minor and fits all the 4 conditions, and that we should accept it.
All right, I'll second that motion to approve. All in favor then? All right, thank you. Item number 4, 545 Main Street. And I understand a staff report has come in on that. Let's see, try to pick that out.
Through the chair, that is correct. There's a community planning report recommending refusal of this application. Just need a moment. All right, is there a Mr. Reynolds here or online as the agent with respect to this application on?
I am Mr. Reynolds. I'm here present. I'm the owner of the property, 545 Main Street.
Thank you very much. Would you just very briefly just tell us your purpose or proposal and what variances you're asking for?
Well, first, I was assured that all of my written submissions have been read by the committee, so therefore
Yes.
I don't need to repeat those documents. The cover letter I submitted, I stand by that, and there were some objections from neighbors filed on the 15th. I was able to file a response last Friday. After the 15th, has the committee read my response? Yes? Okay. Well, in a nutshell, so my garage was burned down 2.5 years ago by thieves and arsonists. And around that time, the City of Toronto was talking about making garden suites legal. So my wife and I looked into that possibility. It took a very long time. Ultimately, we could not proceed because of the the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority. So you can see from the map that we're adjacent to the Toronto Hydro Corridor. So we had 14 meters to the slope, but only 8 meters to the stable top of slope that they estimated. So anyway, we abandoned the plan to build a garden suite. We wanted to build a longer garage, 12 feet longer, which would have been within the Conservation Authority rules, but we ran into the ravine and natural feature protection rules, the tree roots, and all that. So ultimately, we were trapped into the footprint of the original garage built in the 1940s. And we have a small 2-bedroom bungalow. We're a family of 4 in this small house, and we need the extra space. We wanted to build a garage that we could, finish the inside. My wife could have her work from home office in the garage, which is currently in the basement. And we want to move the storage items, just household storage bins and things from the basement to a storage area in the garage. So we are requesting a variance for loft storage. The documentation keeps calling it a second story. I don't agree with that terminology. It's a 1.5-story garage. It's basically a wooden shelf with a pull-down ladder. Why do we want to do this? Well, we have a kitchen in the basement. So the house came with a basement apartment, but because the house is so small, we can't rent out the basement apartment. We wanted to rent out the garden suite, can't build that. So now we would like to basically move the contents of our basement into the garage and then rent out the basement. So there was an objection from community planning. And I just want to say, on a procedural matter, I don't think it's fair that this woman at community planning is allowed to submit an objection a day before the hearing. I mean, this has been 2.5 years in planning. I've spent thousands of dollars on the engineering drawings and permits. I got a permit from the Conservation Authority for this structure. I got a permit from the Ravine and Natural Feature Protection for this. And she gets to come in a day before and make an objection. Also, I read her objections, and frankly, I just don't understand it. She talks about densities and dwelling types, and she claims it doesn't fit the existing physical character. I submit that this is nonsense. I mean, if you drive around East York, it's narrow properties with very little yard setback, with tall buildings, tall houses, tall garages. I've submitted photos of tall garages. The next door neighbor has a 16-foot high garage, or 5 meters. I'm asking for a variance of 70 centimeters taller than the minimum, so 4.7 meters. So I don't understand what her objection is. I mean, I think her thinking is out of date. If you look at City of Toronto documents in recent years, Report for Action Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, Garden Suites, it talks about doing the very things that she says she objects to. It talks about increasing density. Having garden suites in people's backyards, that's not going to change the existing physical character of a neighborhood. It's not going to change densities. It's not going to change dwelling types. I mean, it's ridiculous. So we're asking for a variance for the loft storage, which would also create a variance required for the floor space.
And sir, I'll just tell you, your 5 minutes are pretty well up, so
Yeah.
just very quickly summarize. You're addressing the variances.
Yeah, I mean, in conclusion, if we're allowed to build this garage, we can move the basement stuff into the garage and we can rent out our basement apartment, adding a desperately needed rental unit to Toronto's rental inventory.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant agent here?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Chang.
Yes, to the applicant, can you explain about the tree damage that was a concern from urban forestry? Would it be, is there any way you can protect that tree while you're building this new development?
Well, I read that urban forestry letter, and is this Jordan Chow I'm speaking to?
No, it's a.
Oh, somebody else.
Mr. Chang
Okay,
is a
so,
member of our committee.
Oh, this document. So, no, that was a theoretical. So we're staying within the same footprint as the original garage. So there was a theoretical, like, as we're excavating to replace the concrete pad, that maybe there might be some damage to the tree roots of the enormous tree next door. So the ravine and natural feature protection, they made me plant a new oak tree, which I did as compensation for theoretically damaging this tree. But I mean, really, when the garage was built in the 1940s. The concrete garage pad has been there since the 1940s. And, you know, you remove that pad and you build a new pad, I don't see the problem there, really.
Thank you.
I have one question for you, sir.
Yes.
One of your neighbors speaks to a lack of privacy, a fear that she would not, or rather he would not have privacy because of, in your proposed new two-story garage being 15 feet high, the plans show a big window at the side of the building. And this deputant says the window would overlook his backyard and pretty much eliminate his privacy. Would you like to address that concern?
Yeah, so I did submit a response last Friday to his concern and the other neighbor's concern. Yeah, right there, that picture there, that's the window he's referring to. Now, I submit that is not in fact a large window, that is a small window. It's an architectural feature. It's not the kind of window people look out of. And that window would be where the storage loft is. So there are going to be plastic bins, you know, jammed in front of that window anyway. So in my letter response, I said that Mr. Wazenek, I talked to him many times over the fence of the backyard about building a garden suite for years. I talked about building this garden suite, but we can't build one. We're building a garage instead. So his mindset is still on the previous plan and all the things we talked about. So he's thinking someone's going to be living up there, but it's not. It's a garage. It has no plumbing.
And would you be prepared to consider like a frosted glass? Something that would be a bit opaque?
Yes.
Madam Secretary Treasurer, just with respect to the more recent staff report, I was looking, is that in the electronic supplementary materials? Because I was just looking for it in there.
Through the chair, that is correct. It is in the late folder supplemental materials agenda, and staff has kindly put the report up on the screen.
Okay, thank you. F2, sorry. Thanks, sorry. This is F2, yes. I got it. Yes, thank you. Just need a bit of indulgence here.
I can briefly speak more to this letter if it suits you.
Well, I think we'll hold for the moment. Good to hear that you would consider a frosted window as a condition of approval. All right. Thank you, sir. Any further speakers, either in support or against this particular application? There's not. All right. Okay. All right, sir, I think we'll take the matter into committee for discussion. And looking at like the total, sort of the total floor area, the variance is quite minor in terms of meters. I do like the idea of the frosted because it addresses the issue of privacy, etc. Any other comments or yes, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, I mean, normally, of course, I want to be deferential to planning, but I'm a bit surprised at their intervention in this one. It seems really quite minor, and you know, given some much more significant changes we've seen, I don't really understand the planning thing. I really, first of all, I think this is exactly the kind of lot that the Committee of Adjustment exists for, something that's unusual and a unusual situation. I feel like the owner has come up with a creative solution to actually opening up a secondary suite, which, as he stated, is much needed in the City of Toronto. It's pretty clear this is this isn't really a two-story building, it's a one-story with an attic. As he's pointed out in his, with the photo, in fact, the neighbor has a garage that will be equally as tall. So I really don't see the height as being something that's unusual or out of character for the neighborhood. I feel like this is entirely reasonable minor variance, and in fact, creative way of adding to the city's goal of creating more secondary suites. So I'm very much in support of this.
I think we should turn that into a motion.
I concur with your comments.
Would one of you then please put forward a motion on this?
I actually have a question. I have a question to the staff. So basically, Urban Forestry is recommending us to refuse it. Did they give us an option to approve with the condition to protect the tree?
Through the chair, I don't see any condition from Urban Forestry or Ravine recommending refusal.
Okay, so
it's just the planning report that's recommending refusal, but there is no conditions.
How about F2? Item F2, our NFP staff report dated November 15. Advisory comments. Urban Forestry requests denial of the Committee of Adjustment application due to the impacts to a bylaw protected tree. And I agree with my fellow members that this is actually a minor application, but there is this little thing that I don't know how to proceed. I do not want to override the Urban Forestry recommendation. They will come back and appeal. And it's just a waste of time, and it's not a good practice to override the comments.
Through the chair, there is no conditions from Ravine or Urban Forestry for this particular item.
Right, so either refusal and no condition, or accept with no condition.
There's no conditions from Ravine or Urban Forestry. Okay,
but they do request a denial.
No, through the chair, no, we clarified with Ravine and Natural Features that random X on the screen was just a typo. There is no conditions.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah,
perfect. Thank
there's
you.
actually no conditions.
Wonderful, thank you.
Well, Mr. Reed, why don't you proceed?
I would like to move that this application be accepted with the condition that the window be made of frosted glass. So are there any other conditions? Is there a TRCA condition?
I see no Urban Forestry condition.
No.
Through the chair, no.
Okay.
In terms of your frosted window condition, please just be specific which direction facing is the window.
Which direction facing is the window?
North.
With the condition that the north-facing window be made with a frosted material, frosted glass. No, just the north-facing one on the second floor.
Just the upper window.
Yeah, the upper window on the second floor.
And is there a seconder for that motion? All right, please, Mr. Wilkins. I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll vote.
All right. Oh, well, I'm sorry, I missed you a second. All right, sorry. All in favor. All right. You have your approval, sir, and a little frosting of window to take care of.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Number 5 on our agenda then, 34 Northumberland Street. I know there are speakers, I know there's a staff report on that, which I'll try to pick up. So just ask the agent to hold on for a moment. Sorry. 705, yes. Thanks. Another garden suite item. Okay. All right. The agent or applicant then speaking for this particular minor variance on 34 Northumberland Street.
Through the chair, could you kindly please briefly go through the materials received for this item?
Yes, okay. All right, with respect to this Northumberland variance application, we have a copy of a plan of survey, a site plan with floor plans and elevations. We have an arborist report by private arbiters. We have presentation materials from the owner received November 15th, and we have a tree protection plan. We have a commenting agency, so there's we have an email from the transportation engineering, which would be important to look at, and transportation services. Finally, we have staff reports and the most recent staff reports from community planning, which, as I see, is recommending refusal. There are also, I'm sure I should say, a number of letters in support.
Through you,
And
Mr.
potentially some speakers in opposition. All right.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, it's
Yeah.
Sabrina Salatino, Manager of Committee of Adjustment. I just want to bring to the attention of the members that we did receive some materials, presentation materials from the landowners of 236 Delaware Avenue, and we will present those on the screen when they speak to this item. We did receive them last night. So it wasn't part of the package and something that you could review, so you'll be seeing it for the first time.
Could we be considering that then?
Yes,
They would have
yes, because
missed the written.
the owners will be speaking to their materials.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. All right, thanks. We can proceed. So the applicant or owner, please step forward or come in through, come to us virtually for 34 North. Hi, sir. Do you want to make a brief presentation and tell us what you're asking for in terms of variances?
Yes, I do. Hello, committee members. I'm truly grateful for the time that I've given today. I think it's safe to say why we're all here today: housing. We are facing a crisis, and I have to say how impressed I've been with the city and their housing initiatives. Both neighbors, Anusia and Lev, and I agree the aims of the city's Toronto Garden Suite Official One is a great plan. The city has been working so hard in protecting the most vulnerable, whether it's open shelters, heating stations in the winter, and to identify where our greatest needs are and how best to protect our residents with shelter. We often see another development firm building a massive house or another 10 to 20-story building. Just around the corner at Bloor West and Dovercourt, it's 15 stories, 101 units. However, both you and I know that not many people can afford them. I'd love to have the conversation in between the large-scale building and the traditional home, the missing middle. But then the city introduced a wonderful idea of the garden suite. The garden suite is a perfect solution for modestly increasing density for housing that respects the fabric of the neighborhood. So I wanted to hear what the neighborhood had to say about the proposed creation of the garden suite. I listened and had wonderful discussions with everyone in our immediate neighborhood. Everyone I talked to said, it's perfect size. It looks great. It will be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. The neighborhood is appreciative of adding more bicycle parking as we shift to a more active transportation modes while reducing our automotive dependency for the well-serviced transit areas like ours. What is also important is our neighbors were introducing greenery. So I went to seek our local block ambassador for Swallowtail. Liz Zawadzka at 223 Delaware is our block ambassador for Project Swallowtail. Project Swallowtail is a collaborative charitable initiative with efforts to connect communities street by street to empower residents with nature. When she heard I was adding 25% soft ground landscaping while focusing on planting native plants to Ontario, Lisa and our neighborhood were thrilled. At the beginning of this journey, I might have made the creation a little big. I had wonderful conversations with Assistant Planner Cecilia Wong. Jevin, this might be too big, so I reduced it in height. Senior Planner of Community Kurt Hatcher, the windows on the north side might be a privacy issue, so I removed the windows. Assistant Planner Tiffany Lee mentioned if it were up to her, she wouldn't have a problem with the separation distance, considering it's your own home. She said, tell them that what you told me, and you've made some really good points. We, as a neighborhood, would love the city to recognize and measure the separation distance from the 2.5-story brick dwelling as opposed to the 1-story aluminum side stairs entrance. In conclusion, I appreciate the time and foremost from all the committee members. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I've just one question for you, and my issue kind of relates to the fact that garden suites are new and standards have been established from them. So I'm sort of asking myself, should we be considering, variances from standards that are pretty new, and the separation distance is one of those issues for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, sorry?
Sorry. I was essentially saying that, and this is kind of on a broader question, but it may affect the sort of all garden suites. The standards are fairly new attached to garden suites, and yet we're getting applications to vary some of those standards. So just gives me a little concern. Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to address them with some of the pictures that I've provided for the city.
Okay, why don't we do that then? Sure. Is that something you can show electronically?
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
This is
Through the chair, we can only show materials that have been provided in advance of the hearing via email.
This is the one that's provided.
Okay, so that's fine. So staff will post it on the screen of what we have received. Thank you.
Sure, sounds good. So what I'm referring to here is I would love the city to recognize the distance from the 2.5-story dwelling, the brick that is behind the aluminum siding, as the separation distance, as opposed to the aluminum siding, which is clearly just stairs. It is not a mudroom. It is not a foyer of any sort. It is literally just stairs. And if you look at the distance from the brick coming towards the garden suite, it is 4.78 meters, which is just shy of the allocated 5 meters.
Thank you. Other members, any questions?
You know, one of your neighbors has talked about a lack of a parking space. Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so, you know, with what the city is initiative with parking right now, you know, and as per the city's website regarding parking, the citywide parking strategy, as it states at its goal, is to reduce carbon footprint, reduce auto dependency, shift to active transportation modes, reduce parking demand in areas which are well serviced by transit, which is Bloor and Ossington with the Ossington Station and the Bloor line off of Bloor.
And are you close to Ossington Station?
Within 20 steps.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Reed, please go.
Sorry, just a really minor thing, but in the plans, the basement is referred to as a rec room, but I'm assuming it's supposed to be a bedroom.
Yes.
Can you just explain why that's?
Well, if we wanted to keep our flexibility open, if we want it to be a rec room, if we want it to be a bedroom, if it's a fold-down bed, so we just kind of wanted to keep the options open.
Mr. Cheng, online, any comment, any question for the speaker?
No, I don't. Thanks for all the questions. I think we can hear about the oppositions and then we can come back. Thank you.
All right, committee, let's take this into ourselves. No? We've got speakers. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, sir, you have to vacate that chair. And, we'll
Thank you very
someone
much.
else. Thank you. Thanks, staff. Thank you, Lois. And as you get settled, you give your name and address for our record, please.
Hi, my name is Anusia Govindasamy. I live at 236 Delaware Avenue with Lev Piasecki, right over here.
My name is Lev Piasecki. I live there too.
So we are immediately north of the subject property. We've owned our home for 23 years. We'd be strongly impacted by this proposal. I came here today because I firmly believe this proposal is too large for the size of the lot. The overall effect of the requested variance is an imposition on our home, on the streetscape, and the tenants residing in the 3 units of 34 and the 3 units of 36 Northumberland. These are impacts the bylaws and official plan do not intend. So we oppose the garden suite size variance from 40% of the available space at the rear to 51. That's an increase of 27.5%. Excess size is at the core of each variance before you. The proposed building is essentially a new building on Delaware Avenue. In full view of those passing by, it's not in an enclosed yard. We object to the east side setback variance from 1.5 meters to 27 centimeters. That's a reduction of more than 80% of the zoning requirement. This puts the east side and front of the proposed building at eye level for those walking by and uncomfortably close to the public sidewalk it faces. The building would be about 2.2 meters closer to the street than the other houses on Delaware Avenue. We object to the separation variance between the south wall of the garden suite and the rear of the main residence from 5 to 2.14 meters. Both walls have windows. Since it's not in the self-interest of the tenants of 34 or 36 Northumberland to voice their concerns here today, I feel compelled to point out that there is insufficient light, privacy, and space between the main residence and the proposed suite. for a throughway to enter the units of 34 and 36, nor for the functional use of the area by tenants of either address. Finally, the community benefit or public good tied to this proposal is limited. If approved, it wouldn't add to the city's rental stock during the current housing crisis. The applicants list 32 Deepwood Crescent, his parents' home, as his address. He manages rental properties at 34 Northumberland, his own, and his family members at 36. The owner has told us he intends to live in the proposed garden suite indefinitely. Therefore, apart from perhaps affordable housing for the owner, there would be none. The suite might become available as a rental unit years from now, but no net new rental units would be added to the city's stock for the foreseeable future, nor would any be freed up as a result of the owner's move to the garden suite. The proposal, if approved, would be the fourth living unit on this property. For these reasons and our opposition to the rear variance, which Lev will discuss next, we are in opposition to this proposal. Thanks for your time and attention.
All right, thank you. Yeah, please
Hello,
proceed.
my name's Lev. I've lived there for 23 years at 236 Delaware. We object to the north rear setback variance from 1.5 to 0.6 meters. The structure would stand at almost 4 meters in height and be very close to our property. As Anusia said, 2.2 meters closer to the street than our property. The closer it is, the more shadow it casts, significantly reducing light that reaches our yard, the first floor of our home, what we can grow in our yard, and reducing our enjoyment of our property. Most important, the north setback variance threatens our mature elm tree. May I say, our majestic mature elm tree. The property situates the buildings, the proposal, situates the building's northwest corner within the minimum tree protection zone. Digging a basement would require injuring the tree, and we object to that. 5 mature trees have been lost within 40 meters of this spot over the last few years. Our tree is an integral part of our property. We want to avoid any damage to it and avoid any risk of further loss to nearby trees. Unfortunately, community planning wrote that the requested variances are not minor. They recommend refusal of this application, and we agree. But if this were to be built, we request that it respect the zoning bylaw setback requirements and remain outside the tree protection zone.
All right, thank you, sir. You're just within your time frame. All right. Panel, any questions for these speakers? Just hang on a moment, Miss. Yeah. Any follow-up questions, speakers? No? We're okay? All right. Thanks very much, then.
Good morning. I live at George Turner at 237 Delaware Avenue, and our front door looks out right across the street. We can see this. My concerns are about the impact this garden suite will have on on-street parking. This garden suite, if built, will eliminate current 5 spaces of parking that the tenants use. So those tenants will have to park their cars on Delaware, because the 5 spaces off-street parking will disappear. So the street is already congested with parking, and they're going to add 5 more cars to that. Now, despite the city's good intentions of getting people out of cars, there are still cars being used quite a bit by the tenants at 34 and 36. So I'm opposed to this proposal because of the impact that it will have on on-street parking on Delaware.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Turner. All right. So you're saying 5 parking spaces would be replaced?
They'll be eliminated, yes. And those tenants who use those parking spaces will have to park on Delaware now.
All right, thanks from me. Any questions from the panel? No? All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Could you just give us your name and address, sir, and then?
My name's Marlon Ludy, and I'm from 38 Northumberland Street. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We know him and his family for 20 years and more. And I know the city is working hard with its housing crisis and inflation to help the fragile people in Toronto. I see this firsthand because I am a frontline worker nurse in the city.
Good.
I know it's hard for everyone. I'm a husband and father of 2 boys, so I know it's not going to be easy for them in the future with rent being expensive. When Jevin showed me his plans for housing with a small size and added new green space, it make a lot sense to me. Right now, his backyard is a vacant lot. So why would I want to look at a greener landscape? Newer trees, a nice new building, or a vacant lot? I hope this committee will help our neighborhood. Thank you for your time, and good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, no, sorry. Yeah. Any questions of this gentleman? Sorry. Thank you, sir. Okay. Any further speaker? Yes, okay, thank you.
Lisa, you have been unmuted.
I live at 223 Delaware. I have lived at that property for 20 years, and I can see the applicant's home from my porch. I'm in support of the variance because I'm acutely aware of the housing crisis in the city. I've been a volunteer for NAMI Res Street Help, and I've been a volunteer for Sistering. And so I'm very aware that everyone is telling us that the cure for food insecurity, the cure for mental illness is housing. So my nephew is a sheet metal worker. He gets up at 4:15 in the morning. He is at his site at 5 o'clock in the morning. There is no way he could afford to rent in the city. So he lives with me. But I know that many people in my own school community have been evicted and are experiencing homelessness right now. I don't think that waiting for one bloor to be completed with $1 million condominiums is an answer to this crisis. So it's really painful for me to be walking by that much land and see it housing cars instead of people. I also appreciate Jevin reaching out to me as someone who works very closely with environmental issues and regreening our city and bringing nature home into our city. And so he's worked with me in developing a plan for increasing a pollinator pathway and increasing our canopy with the new sugar maple. We know that on our street, our canopy is very, very old, and those trees are falling every year. So I think we all have a responsibility to be planting new trees and ensuring that our canopy is not only strong and mitigating the climate crisis for today, but also in the years to come. So I'm fully in support of the proposal, and if neighbors are worried about losing their parking, we can look at having a 1-hour parking minimum for non-residents to free up spaces for residents. If people are afraid of losing their son, I'm more than happy to reach out to them to work with them on creating a woodland space, and there's some amazing native plants that will thrive in the shade. So again, I'm in support of the proposal, and I'm happy to be speaking to committee today. I hope we can all work together to deal with the housing crisis that's facing our young people and our elders in the city. Thanks.
Members, any questions for that speaker? All right. Thank you very much, Sharon. All right. Dear Treasurer, then are there any further speakers on this item?
Through the chair, no, there isn't.
There's none, all right, okay. All right, let's take it into committee for discussion. I guess one of the things I'm thinking about is impact.
Through the chair, sir, we need to go back to the applicant
I'm sorry.
to
Yes.
address the speakers.
Thank you very much, you're right. Yeah. Yes, sir, that's fine. Yep, to reply.
Yeah, I really wanted to highlight on the backyard in which my neighbors are referring to the lack of light and either the damage of the tree. As the tree report most recently has specified that it is 6% damage with the tree, which is fairly minimal. And in terms of, if we can zoom in on the distance between our backyard and their front door, because my family and I own the property just a little bit closer, the 0.61 and the 0.6 distance is actually 1.2 meters to their yard line. In addition to that, if you add another 4 meters from that line to their front door of a space, there's actually close to 6 meters from the garden suite to their front porch. In referring to some of the parking, 34 Northumberland legally only has 1 parking. So I know on and off parking has come in and out, but in hindsight, the movement that we're moving forward towards is more of green space, bicycles, because if you can zoom in at the bottom, it's between 4 and 6 bicycles that will be occupying on the lower part of 34 Northumberland, right where the cursor is, you just pointed it out. Yeah, right there, the bike parking. And to reiterate what Lisa was talking about is like, you know, we're looking at human beings here and housing people, and I think it's really important that we don't overshadow the initiatives of the city, especially in terms of, you know, like what we're really trying to accomplish with zero emission and with the green space of 25% that's being reintroduced with trees like the sugar maple that I've discussed with her over numerous occasions. I think that we came with our best foot forward, given the circumstance, with the lot size and providing a secondary suite, which is essentially the city's goal to house more people, and the reintroduction of soft ground landscaping, as well as the willingness to listen to the planners and the neighborhood, of course. And with the support that I've had from the neighbors, you could clearly see that it's 2 houses north of this, 3 houses east of this, 2 houses west of this, which are all on Delaware, and 1 house to the south of this. So it's pretty conclusive that the immediate neighborhood is really on board with what the city is providing in terms of a secondary suite and what is important for our community. I've canvassed the neighborhood immensely. I've gone to some of the meetings with Sistering, and I feel like it's really important that we move forward with housing for people as a secondary unit, which the city has continuously, you know, stressed, which is important. And given the landscape of, you know, affordability and what we're, you know, dealing with in terms of inflation, I mean, the list goes on. So I feel like shelter is a prime example of being able to partner with the city in terms of a secondary suite.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please proceed, Mr. Reed.
Hi,
Yeah,
in terms of the sugar maple that was being referred to, is that that's not something that's planted yet? That's something that's planned to be planted?
No.
And
Yeah.
where would that be on the lot?
So right where the back, where the the bicycles would be. You see where the bicycles
Yeah.
are? There's 5.8 square meters right there. We're looking at that. I'm also considering smaller heather that is going right in front of the garden suite.
Okay, so
Is the A1 up there? I think this is the tree arborist report that I'm looking at as opposed to the A1. Yes, okay, perfect. Oh, no, yeah. You can just zoom in a little bit there. So the gray shaded areas are the soft ground landscaping, that 25% that will be reintroduced to the property. And that area where the bikes are just north of that would be where the sugar maple would be planted.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, just on the subject of trees, my note is the urban forestry has a condition here. Have you read that? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. All right. Any further questions? No? Okay. All right, thanks very much, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yes. Well, members, I think we'll take this in for discussion.
I feel that the applicant has addressed city planning's, with my belief that they have.
Through the chair, Ms. Fig, can you please speak into the mic closer?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I feel that the applicant has addressed city planning's main concern when he explained and showed us picture that the vestibule is sort of sticking out, but most of the property is closer to what the bylaw requires of the 5 meters, not quite at the 5 meters, but almost. So personally, I feel that the other variances are minor, and I would be prepared to accept this.
Other comments, other members? Yeah. Mr. Reed?
I wasn't really sure what to think when I read all the materials, but I agree with my colleague. I feel like it's clear that there will actually be a little bit more soft landscaping than is currently the situation. The impact on the neighbors is important, but it does seem like the tree will be able to survive, and that the shadow impacts won't be too bad. It is in line with the current house at 34 Northumberland, so I don't feel like it's excessively intrusive onto the street in that sense. And it certainly seems like an improvement to the current situation, which is simply an asphalt parking lot. So I have been convinced also to support this.
Aaron?
Yeah, I just want to add that I agree with my colleagues, and I also feel sympathetic to the neighbors. I think a lot of time when you see an empty lot being proposed with some structure, that change is quite significant. But if you look at the allowable buildable space comparing to what they're proposing, that is actually very minor. So I'm happy to support the application. If there's a motion, we can brought forward and we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, and I was thinking more about impact, so I think I have a bit of difficulty supporting it, but that's the situation. So someone would like to put forward a motion as to whether we should accept or refuse, or accept with conditions, and there is an urban forestry condition. Please put that forward.
Right, so I guess I will move forward to approve this application, subject to urban forestry. Is that what you help me? Is it number 2?
Number 2, yes.
Right, and that's it. Anyone second?
I will second.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor of that application? We have, and Aaron, a minute, so you're voting for it, fine. All right, seems to be 3 to 2 with the project, with the application for the variances being approved, subject to condition 2 of urban forestry.
Through the chair, so just to reiterate, so you are dissenting and Mr. Wilkins is dissenting.
That's correct. Madam Chair, I see that, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, I see that it's 10 after 11. It might be time for a short, maybe 10-minute break, and then we'll get rolling. Thanks, everyone. We're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. There are washrooms down the hall, and so.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you, Aaron. You hate the mics? Yeah. thank you. A nice break all around. Okay, so we now come to item 6 on our agenda, 25 Hanley Street. I see just one variance being asked for. So could we please see or hear from the applicant owner for 25 Hanley?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Caitlin Wordsworth. I live at 90 Wright Avenue in Toronto. I'm the applicant and architect representing the homeowners.
All right, thank you. You have just one variance before us. You want to just briefly discuss it, and we'll see if there are any others. Sorry, go ahead. Do you want to just tell us what you're seeking? I'm sorry, miss.
Hi. Okay, great. So yes, 25 Hanley Street is a detached house with a garage that backs onto a lane. It was approved for construction of a laneway suite back in 2018 when bylaws were amended to allow laneway suites. Our proposal is to modestly increase the footprint of the existing detached garage and to add a second floor above. What we're proposing is well within the allowable size of a laneway suite for the property at more than 2 meters smaller in both length and width than what is allowable. The suite, as you can see described in the drawings, would typically be approved automatically, and we would not need to be here at committee with you fine folks today. However, due to the primary residence on the lot, which is a bungalow of a relatively modest size, it means that the floor area of our proposed laneway suite is slightly larger than that of the primary residence. We're talking an approximate difference of 8 square meters. So as a result, we're here today to ask for one minor variance. In all other ways, the proposal is aligned with zoning bylaws. The suite in question is going to be used to create a rental suite, which obviously is in line with city planning objectives. Precedent research that we conducted identified 16 similar projects in recent past in a 1 kilometer radius of the property that sought and were approved for a laneway suite of similar size to or even larger than what we're proposing here. We did also obtain written letters of support from 2 neighbors that were submitted to the examiner in advance. However, due to a file error, they may not have made it into the presentation. I'm not sure. They were resubmitted last night. At any rate, we have obtained these letters of approval and are happy to provide details. So in summary, we believe that what we're asking is pretty modest and that it is in line with zoning bylaws and that the proposal is a structure that matches what was intended for a laneway suite in this neighborhood.
All right, and thanks for looking at some alternate sites in the general area. All right. Any questions for the speaker? No, seeing none. All right. Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we have any objectors who are wishing to speak on this?
No. Through the chair, no, there isn't.
Okay. Well, members, I'm of the view that this is a minor variance, that it meets the 4 tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act, and I would move approval of this variance application.
Yeah,
Second?
I'll second that.
Others in support? Okay. It is unanimous. Thank you, Caitlin. Okay. Moving now toward number 7, 255 Bremner Boulevard. Oh, yes. An interesting application. So, is there agent for the...
Through the chair, could you kindly go through the list of materials received?
I just, all right. That's easier than said than done, but we'll just take a look here. Here it is, maybe on here. think I got it here in the back. Yeah, okay. Yes, thanks. So just let everyone know, so the committee has the following communications for us. We have a copy of a plan of survey, a site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Mr. Nelligan, the agent, and we have some past decisions, and looks like 2019 and 2016, and also a earlier decision in 1999. All right. We have email correspondence from Metrolinx. We have a staff report from Property Management Corporate Division that I think was in favor of this, and we have a number of people who are in support. So that's what then the committee has before us. Would the applicant like to go ahead? This is not a typical residential.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It's David Nelligan here, N-E-L-I-G-N. I'm solicitor for the agent.
Thank you.
I have a very brief presentation that I'm happy to walk through just to explain the request before you today, if I can ask staff to bring that up.
Yes, I think it's necessary in this case. Good.
Great. So if you could move to the second slide, please. The Roundhouse, of course, is a historic location on the south side of Bremner Avenue, across from the Rogers Centre, the CN Tower, the Ripley's Aquarium, and the Convention Centre. It's actually owned by the City of Toronto and leased. Portions of it are leased to three entities, my client being one who has roughly a third of the Roundhouse. The Steam Whistle Brewery is the other, and the Toronto Railway Museum has the remaining portion of the townhouse, or of the Roundhouse, excuse me. The Rec Room opened in 2017 as a family entertainment complex with a restaurant, a bar, a games area, and a market area. And we applied to this committee in 2016 for a minor variance from an old site-specific bylaw specific to the Roundhouse to permit this entertainment complex to contain more than 10 electronic gaming machines. And at that time, the committee approved that request, but they imposed a condition to limit the location of these electronic games to an area of no more than 550 square meters, which is roughly 13% of the entire floor area of the Rec Room facility. We're before you now today, this morning, seeking the same variance that we sought in 2016, but this time without the condition limiting the area that these games can be located into. If you can go to the next slide for me. This is a slide of the floor plan, or portion of the floor plan of the Rec Room facility. The Rec Room facility is large. It's roughly it's roughly 3,600 square meters, give or take. The blue area on the screen right now indicates the existing games area. And as you recall, we had permission to have electronic games in no more than 550 square meters. It currently resides in 533 square meters. The proposal from my client is to expand this area into the green area on the screen and the orange area on the screen. The green area currently houses virtual reality pods, and the orange area is a private seating facility for dining. The orange area and the green area are, in my client's view, underutilized. They are not as popular as the gaming area, and the gaming area has proven to be one of the biggest draws for bringing people to this Roundhouse location. I mentioned that the blue area makes up 13% of the total floor area of the Roundhouse. The proposal is to increase this by about 200 square meters, so it would be 20% only of the area. There's no proposed construction related to the roundhouse. There's no alterations to the exterior. There's no alterations to the remaining portions of the roundhouse. This is simply a matter of interior configuration. If you can go to the next slides, I'll just show just visually what the roundhouse looks like. These pictures depict the bar and dining and market areas of the rec room. And on the next slide, you'll see an example of what the gaming area looks like. And the gaming area is, as I said, for electronic games, as well as table games, redemptive games like throwing a basketball through a hoop to win tickets so that you can get a stuffed animal. And these are the things that are very popular for the clientele. In terms of the 4 tests of the Planning Act, I submit that all 4 are met. The official plan specifically speaks to encouraging the long-term reuse and adaptive use of the roundhouse building. And since 2016, the Rec Room has proven to be doing that. This has become a popular tourist location. It's supported by its neighbors. We have letters of support from all of the neighbors. And it's really just a way to improve a unique family-friendly and tourist draw that's consistent and complementary to the existing tourist draws already in the neighborhood. So in that way, it's desirable and appropriate. And it truly is a minor adjustment with really no impact on anybody surrounding the property.
You've reached your 5 minutes. Just any summary statement in the next 20 seconds?
The only summary statement I'll make is that our request today is to remove the square footage condition that was attached in 2016. We are willing to accept a condition if it's the will of this committee to impose a larger cap of at least 740 or 750 square meters, but it's our preference to allow for that cap to simply be removed to remove any need for us to come back in the future if there's any additional expansion plans as this use progresses.
Right, I've got a question for you then. I take these video games, so there's not betting occurring in this, is there?
No, these are not gambling games. These are simply entertainment games. It's a family complex, and the zoning bylaw does not address gambling. That's within the realm of the Alcohol and Gaming Commission.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Other members, any questions for the applicant? No? All right.
No.
All right. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we have other speakers here? No?
Through the chair, no, there are no other speakers.
Yeah, let's taking this into committee members. Since they're more or less agreeable to raise the cap at around 740 square feet, I think I could find myself seeing the test met and supporting that. Yes, please, comments.
I concur with you.
Okay, all
Yeah, I don't see any negative impact to the surroundings, and it's very natural to increase that. And I have the same question as you do. Are these gambling machines? And they're not. So I'm in full support of this application.
Thanks very much, Aaron. All right. All right, members, do you want to propose a motion then on this application? Please go ahead.
I propose that we do accept the application with the proviso that the overall limit, area limit for gaming is 740 square meters.
That's fine. I'll second that motion myself. I see no conditions, so I'll move second. May we have a show of hands as to this matter. Okay. Aaron, you too? Yep. Thanks, Aaron. All right. It is approved unanimously. Thank you. We can go on to item 8. All right, Ontario Street, just give me a moment. Okay, let's go to 8. All right, just moving to that, documentations for this, we're at item 6, 391 Ontario Street. And there's a request for 6 variances. All right, is owner or applicant there to speak to this item, please? Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Nilofar Sultani from KH Davis Engineering, 1468 Danforth Avenue. I am the agent for the owner. Owner is sitting right there.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it.
Through the chair, could you please go through the materials list before we begin?
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, thanks. The material list is still in some single pages. In connection with this application, we also have following communications. We have a plan of survey, we have a site plan, we have floor plans, and we have an elevation. We have an arborist report on the tree situation. We have supporting materials from Mr. Sultani, an agent, received November 14th. And in terms of commenting agents, we have a staff report from Urban Forestry. And finally, we have, we have correspondence and support from the Cabbagetown Heritage Conservation District. So, all right, it's interesting. There's a local heritage organization, and they're indicating that they're in support of this application for variances. So, sorry, miss.
Would you like a presentation?
Yes, a short one. How's that?
Okay.
Okay.
Can I have the supporting material on the screen? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the proposal is to alter the existing 2-story mixed-use building by constructing a partial 3rd-story addition on the north side with a roof deck on the 2nd-story portion on the south side of the building. The existing ground floor commercial space will be maintained and unaltered, and the existing residential unit now will occupy both 2nd and 3rd story of the building. This has triggered 6 variances listed, though the proposed FSI for the all use and the residential use seems significant. There are higher FSI approved in the area. If you look at the map, you will see, because it's a fairly dense area. In this area there are more larger massing, obviously, because it's in the downtown, it's in the dense part of the downtown. The rear and side setback variants are both existing non-conforming conditions, so we're adding exactly the same setbacks, adding the 3rd story with the same setbacks. In summary, we believe that our proposal is considerate of the neighborhood and its context. The variances triggered will not set a negative precedence and are only in place to propose additional livable space for the owner. The proposed rear wall angular plane penetration is also minor, noting that the adjacent building does not occupy the adjacent building does not comply with the same bylaw at the 3rd floor. Please note that there was previously an existing small 3rd floor addition abutting to 234 Ontario Street on site. The addition was demolished as a part of an older permit. That addition also did not comply with the angular plane bylaw at rear. Planning did not have any concern, and we have a letter of support, as you said, from the Heritage Committee. Therefore, we believe that the variances are minor in nature. That's all.
All right, thank you. My own note related to floor space index, which looked like a fair increase to me, but let me just check this.
If you scroll on that document, I have all the other approved FSIs. Yeah.
So I'm just looking at variance to number 2. So our permitted floor space index is 1 times the area of the lot, and the altered building you're asking for 1.8 times the area of the lot. Okay, 179.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Sure.
So just to clarify, were you saying that you have examples of other buildings nearby that also have a similar expansion of the floor space index?
I mean, there's precedence on the approved FSI, so the list, if you consider mostly commercial, to be honest, but it is the neighborhood, right? So, yes, they are, and they're more significant because they're high rises or mid rises. And the fact is that most of this FSI is existing. It's just a small third floor addition we're adding that kind of used to be there. It was just smaller. So that's why it's insignificant.
And just on the angular plane, we always like to look at those, talk about those. Where is that penetration taking effect?
At rear, at the back.
At the rear.
And there's, kind of an open space at the back, so.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for the agent? No? All right, seeing none. All right, thank you, Miss. We'll see if there's any supporter or opposition speakers. I'm sorry, see?
There's nothing others.
All right, okay. All right, I think we'll take the matter then into committee. Does anyone want to start us off on this one, just to see what your thinking is? Yes, please, Mr. Reed.
This seems pretty straightforward to me, and especially with the support of the local heritage committee.
Yes.
So I think we should pass this. Is there a condition?
Yes.
There's a forestry condition, right? Okay.
Condition number 1.
I think we should pass this with the forestry condition.
Yes. Good. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, did you put that forward as a motion?
Sure. Okay. I move that we accept the variances proposed with forestry condition number 1.
Number 1. Is there a seconder for that motion? All right. Mr. Wilkins, good. All right. All in favor of that? Okay. All right. Matter is approved. Have it? All right. Moving on to item 9. And Madam Secretary Treasurer, I'm just going to take a moment just so that some of the added material, I just want to.
Could I switch with you?
Sure.
I'm going to give you this.
All right.
Because it's all stapled.
It's all stapled, okay. All right. Item 9, then 63 Wildwood Crescent. The committee has some documentation in respect to that. We've got a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans again, a revised site plan, and green roof details. 2 photographs of trees, correspondence from Mr. Lacasano, an agent, and we have email correspondence from a project analyst, third-party projects review, Metrolinx, right? And a staff report from community planning. One form letter of support has been received. I take it there are no objections to this variance application. All right, would please the agent owner please identify themselves then for item 9, 63 Wildwood Crescent.
Committee members, my name is Enzo Lacasano. I'm from Arch DWG.
Okay, and an address just for the
1245 Caledonia Road, Suite 202 in Toronto.
All right, thanks very much. Just taking a quick look.
Just to let you know, the letters of support, there's actually 24 letters of support. It was all in one PDF file.
Yes, thank you for that. Just trying to, okay, so six variances asked for here, am I right?
Yeah. Actually, if staff could just put up that photo with either the signed photo or I think it's the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
So we got side yard setbacks, coverage, yeah, anyway, sorry.
So, Mr. Chair, this is, there's an existing old unusable garage to park a car
Yes.
there now. And as you can see, the homeowner has a lot of pride in his property and has gone to great lengths to beautify the streetscape since he is on a corner lot, and maintains it at a very high level. So the purpose of this is to provide a two-car garage, uh, pretty much in the same location that's there now. The increase is really to the south. The garage currently, or the proposed garage, will only be 1 foot closer to the house than where the existing garage is now. With regards to the height that we're requesting, that is to provide a car lift in order to house a summer vehicle, or it's a heritage vehicle within the same garage, in order to provide actually 3 parking spaces. Other than that, it's a very straightforward application. I think the impact is very minimal. The client has gone to great lengths to speak to all his neighbors in the area, and we feel that there is no impact, and we meet all the 4 tests.
All right, thanks very much. Any questions for the speaker related to this? Yes, it's a two-car garage that we're asking about, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Wilkins, were you thinking of something?
Yeah, I have a question. Are you amenable to the condition suggested by the city, which is to have the green roof?
Yes, we did work with planning in order to provide the green roof with respect to increasing the green space for the rear area.
That's my only question, thanks.
Oh, thank you. Good question. That's a good response in terms of making a green roof available. Sometimes we don't have enough room for soft landscaping, et cetera. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we have a further speaker? Do we have an opposition?
Through the chair, there are no speakers for this item.
All right. Well, panel, there are 6 minor variances. I believe that they do meet the tests and are prepared to move approval of this application, subject to a green roof being installed in accordance with the buildings department.
Through the chair, the condition from community planning is to tie the application to the roof of the garage and the site plan with the green roof details. So is it for both?
That's a better tie then, all right.
Thank you.
Do those, all right. I'll amend the motion to that extent. Just get my,
I would second.
you second that? All right, fine. All in favor? Thank you, it's approved. You have your approval, sir. Okay. Okay, moving to item 10, which is 29 Memorial Park Avenue, and committee has again before it a number of plans, survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property done in September, a covering letter from Mark Smith, agent, and all right, there are quite a few previous minor variance applications I see affecting properties in the general area then on Cosburn Avenue, on Dieppe Road, Donmore Avenue, all right. And finally, and this is really setting out comparable decisions within the surrounding area that's been prepared by Mr. Smith. We have email correspondence from the Transportation Engineering Coordinator, and we have 2 letters in support, and a form letter in support by an occupant at 25 Donmore Avenue. From there, all right. Okay. Here we go. All right, would the applicant or agent then just speak and perhaps give a very brief introduction to your matter?
Hi, my name is Mark Smith.
Yep.
I live at 50 Cambridge Avenue, Suite 203 in Toronto, Ontario, and I'm the applicant agent for the homeowners at this property.
Thank you.
As you can see, we've spoken to neighbors. Our proposal today is for a modest 2-story rear addition. The reason why 3 of the main variances are here is because it turned out when we did our design process that the building that was built in 2012 by previous homeowners did not actually build to the plans that were permitted. That being said, even in evaluating that existing building, we were able to adapt the design as best as possible to work with the context of that property, while also staying what we believe is in minor as far as these variances requests.
Any questions for speakers?
No questions.
No questions, all right. Just taking a quick look here.
The 3 homeowners that are directly affected by this on the east, west, and south were all contacted and all in support of this.
All in support, thank you. Okay.
And the property directly east of this, 31 Memorial Park, recently received these almost exact same 4 variances previously.
Taking a quick. Thank you. Just taking a moment reviewing those. Yes, they really, yeah. The variances are, in my mind, minor. Let's just take this into committee then. The chair is considering giving approval here, so.
Yes, I believe the 4 variances are quite minor,
Okay.
and I would support this application.
Thank you. Mr. Reed is seconding that, and all in
Oh.
favor?
Oh, no.
I was actually going to make a comment, but
I'm
I'll also
sorry.
second it.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I'm always in favor of smaller parking spaces, so totally favor that. And I'll second the motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Sir, I think you've got your approval there. Okay.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming in live, by the way. This chair finds it helpful. All right, number 11 Crocker Avenue. Let me just get my notes on this. In connection with this application for variances, then we have again, plan a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 photographs of the site, and email correspondence from Mr. Qureshi as the agent. Staff reports from Manager of Community Planning and from Manager of, Permits and Enforcement Parking Transportation Services. All right, I'm just going to bring that up. Just take a moment.
Through the chair, I'll just draw to the members' attention, we did receive late last night an updated planning staff report,
Okay, thank you.
which just clarified their conditions. Staff has kindly put that report on the screen so you can see
Thank you, yeah.
the current staff report recommendation from community planning, where they are recommending that the proposed parking pad be refused, and then they have a second condition requiring landscaping.
Question of clarification of staff. Is it correct that the parking pad is not actually part of this particular variance request?
Through the chair, that's correct. The parking pad is on city property. It's not on the subject site.
So I would think that we don't need to regulate that then. All right, okay.
And through the chair, As per the transportation report memo, there's a moratorium on no front yard parking in this ward.
I see.
And you will see transportation's recommendation.
Through the chair, question of staff again. Planning has two conditions. The first one isn't part of this, but the second one is. Is that correct? So if we do want to consider it, we would want to include the planning condition number 2. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is fine if you so wish to include condition number 2. You can also, although the parking pad, there is no variance per se, it is, there is a recommendation from transportation that these applications are not permitted for front yard parking in the ward. So as per community planning's recommendation number 1, they are also supporting transportation's statement that there's no front yard parking in this ward.
But that's not part of the variances that we're discussing, or has he been under
Correct.
control, right? Okay.
Any further speaker or objector on this matter?
Through the chair, we'll hear from the agent.
Okay. The agent, okay.
Emil Qureshi. I'm speaking from 2275 Lakeshore Boulevard West, and I'm the agent representing the homeowners of 11 Crocker.
Thank you. And of the 4 variances that you're requesting today, I think that's one, if I've got the correct, yes, no, right. Crocker, yes, okay.
Yes,
Yes,
would
sir,
you like me
that's a
to?
variance about a platform. Why don't you just outline very quickly, just take us through the 4 requests in your application.
Okay, so basically the proposal is to add a second story onto the existing 1.5-story dwelling. So if we look at minor variance 2, that has to do with an increase of the floor space index of 0.05, so from 1 to 1.05, which is, in our opinion, is quite minor.
Right.
Minor variance 3 is about the roof eaves projecting towards the side lot line. The roof eaves are actually just projecting about 2 inches. So again, this is a consequence of just the property already being so close to the side lot line. And then minor variance 1 refers to the balconies on the second floor, the balconies on the second floor. So there's a balcony on the front proposed on top of the porch. Again, the variance is about the distance of the balcony from the side lot line. So the balcony again is proposed on top of the roof of the porch, which extends to both edges of the property. So because the property is already so close to the side lot line, that's another consequence of that. And then it's the same thing with the balcony proposed on the second floor at the rear. It extends alongside the proposed building, which is very close to the side lot line. And lastly, there's just the variance about the front second floor balcony, about the front yard setback. And because it's proposed on top of the porch, instead of the allowed 2 feet, it's projecting 3 feet into the front yard setback, which in our opinion is also pretty minor.
I just want to get back to you on variance 3. I have a thing about gutters and eave troughs, and as you say, I said the roof eaves are projected, 0.05 meter. We are just talking inches here. We're almost at the property line. So is that an existing situation then with what's there?
Yes, the existing situation, and there are, I believe, there are images of the site and where you can see that. And I would like to point out that there is a right-of-way towards the east side. So it's not another property, and as such, there are not privacy issues on that side as such.
I see, right, okay, and there's a distance there. Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker?
Yeah. Are there any privacy issues on the other side for the rear balcony? And if so, would you be willing to have a condition to provide some privacy screening on that side?
Yes, privacy screening for that side is not an issue, if the committee deems fit.
I'm sorry, so does that mean, yes, you'd be okay with a condition to have privacy screening on, I'm not sure which side does.
On the west side, yes,
On
that
the
would
west
be,
side.
we would be okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
If nothing further, should we take this into?
I've got a
sorry.
question.
Please. Yeah.
What, sir, could you respond to the city's concern about the area between the rear main wall and the rear lot line? They're asking for soft landscaping. Do you have a response to that or a rationale for your proposal?
So basically, we're not proposing any change to the already existing driveway at the back or the garage.
Okay, thank you.
So I should take that into committee, just in terms of how you see it. I see the recent planning report, so, yeah, no parking pad. Just going back out of committee for just a moment. So, sir, maybe I just didn't follow it. I didn't understand you when my fellow member here was asking about the soft landscaping in the backyard. I'm not sure I heard that. Is there existing there, or is it?
In the existing condition, it's all paved, and we're not proposing any changes to that area, to the driveway, to the parking area or the driveway in the rear yard. So that is an existing condition.
Right, I think what the staff wants is for you to upgrade your existing condition so that the project as a whole is more acceptable to the city standard. Are you okay with that condition?
Yes, we'd be okay with that.
Okay, great.
All right, taking it back into committee. Mr. Chang, do you wish to put a motion forward?
Oh yes, I would like to support this application with the two conditions proposed by the staff report.
Sorry, can you also
And-
include the privacy screening?
Yes, and also adding the privacy screening on the east and the west side, I believe.
Yes, is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, Mr. Reed. All right. All in favor? Sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just clarifying the two staff conditions are the ones indicated, that the proposed parking lot in the front yard will be replaced by soft landscaping, and that the area between the rear main wall and the rear lot line will be converted to soft landscaping. Are those the two conditions we were talking about?
Through the chair, it's the two conditions in the updated community planning staff report that's on the screen.
Okay, yes.
Okay, I understand those. These came in late last night.
Correct.
But I'm asking about these ones.
These are revisions to the older ones.
Yeah.
So these are these ones on the screen replace these ones?
Correct, they supersede.
Okay, so, thank you for that.
Yes. So the latest staff report, to be more specific.
I just thought they were in addition. I didn't realize they were replacing.
Right, it's regarding the revised staff report from community planning that we received last night, so that's the date of November 21st.
Can you, oh, it's right there. Could you just give me 1 second?
Yeah, sure, for sure.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'm ready to vote.
All right, that's fine. So, Mr. Chang, I think you had a motion. Would you like to put that forward again? And I think we're ready to vote on
Yes.
this.
Yes, I'll repeat the motion is to support the application with the two conditions listed in the latest revised staff report
Thank you. Yeah.
with privacy screen on the east and the west side. Anyone second that?
I will second that.
Thank you.
Ms.
And all in
All in favor of that? Right? Fine, it is approved
All right,
unanimously.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's get to that next one, yes. So on to number 1297 Alcina. I just want a second to pull it up, the variances. And again, we have 4 variances, and we're going to alter an existing 1.5 detached dwelling by constructing a front porch, and there's a second-story addition, all right, and rooftop deck, all right. And I'll just see if there are other materials overnight here. And there are, okay. With respect to this particular property, committee also has a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property taken in September, a covering letter from Heather Dubbeldam, and supporting materials from her received. And we have, in terms of comments, we have a staff report from the acting supervisor, tree protection and review plan. I'm just going to take a quick look. Yes, I see that there is an urban forestry condition. And finally, support, 10 form letters in support signed by owners of various numbers that are show there, and also on Witchwood Park. Okay, speaker agent, please, for this Alcina matter.
Heather, you have been unmuted.
Hello. Yes, can you speak up a little bit?
Hi, it's Heather Dubbeldam. I'm the agent for the owners at 97 Alcina.
Thank you.
I thought I would just really briefly explain the proposal and the 4 variances. So the proposal for 97 Alcina involves a small 1-story, which is 14.9 square meters addition to the existing 3-story detached home. So there's already 3 stories there. And the addition is going to be located over an existing 1-story portion of the house. And there's also an application for a roof dormer. So since this property is within a heritage preservation district, we met with Heritage Planning Services to get their blessing on the proposal, and they didn't express any concerns. We also worked with the Witchwood Park Heritage Advisory Committee to ensure that the proposal meets the intent of the neighborhood's historic preservation guidelines. You can see from the images on the screen that the property is not visible, the dwelling is not visible from Alcina or from Witchwood Park, just due to its unique location. The elevation facing Witchwood Park, which is behind the trees in the images that you're looking at right now, is the heritage protected elevation. And we're not proposing to alter that elevation in any way. So we work to ensure that both the addition and the dormer are not visible from Witchwood Park. They're on the opposite side of the house. So there are 4 variances that we are requesting. The first relates to the front yard landscaping, softscaping. And the reason that we are asking for 41% instead of the minimum required 75% has everything to do with how the front yard landscaping is calculated. Because this is a unique property with the municipal address being on 97, there's a garage that you saw in one of those images facing 97, and that amount isn't deducted from the overall calculation like a driveway would be. So we're actually very close to the 75% requested if you take out the area of the garage, but it's just based on how the calculations are done. And you can see that in the site plan that there's quite a bit of soft landscaping on that side of the house that's proposed. And on the other side of the house, there's a ton of soft landscaping. There's no absence of soft landscaping for this particular property. The second variance requested has to do with floor space index. So in this image right here that you're looking at, you can see the little addition that's dashed in red. And so the permitted maximum FSI is 0.35 times the area of the lot, but the existing house is already at 0.44. So we're asking for an additional 0.02. So it's a very minor uptick from what is actually already there. The roof deck, where basically you can see in this image that's up right now, there is an existing roof deck on top of the little one-story brick portion, and we're basically just proposing to move it up on top of the little addition that's going right there. And then the last variance that we're requesting is side yard setback. So there's, right now there's two rooms in the attic space, and the stair getting up there has really unsafe conditions and very poor headroom. So we're proposing a dormer on the side of the house to allow for just a safer stair up to the third floor, where there's going to be 2 studies for the owners because they work from home. And so we want the exterior wall of the dormer to line up with the exterior wall of the house below, just for structural reasons. So it's basically, that's why we have a little variance on that side. We, as you know, there's a number of letters of support from neighbors. Our client contacted all the neighbors within the 60-meter radius. They didn't hear any concern from any of the neighbors. Some of the neighbors weren't home when they were there, so they left a letter and drawings, but no one reached out. So as far as we know, there isn't any concern from the neighbors. And then lastly, in considering this as a minor variance application, we always look at the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and we feel that these particular variances are quite minor for this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on the heritage issue in the city's section in that respect, so did you get an email or anything like that from them, essentially saying that they're okay with this?
We had some meetings with the person assigned in the Heritage Department, talked through everything with her, made some minor adjustments in advance. We also had 2 meetings with the Wichita Park Heritage Advisory Committee. They advised Heritage Planning Services. They also didn't have any concerns because we were able to make some very minor adjustments to what we were proposing, but everything that we're proposing is away from the heritage side of the property.
Members, are there any questions for this speaker, or are you all right?
Actually, I have, sorry, one quick thing I wanted to say. We didn't see the report from the Urban Forestry Department. We didn't realize that there was any concerns from Urban Forestry. We're not sure what is contained in that report.
I've got it as conditions 1 and 2, if my note is right, on the ALCINA.
Through the chair, that is correct, and staff has put up the urban forestry report on the screen for the agent.
1 and 2.
And so what are they recommending?
We just have to just take a quick look. Sometimes it deals with private trees, sometimes city trees, sorry, 1 and 2. They want you then to submit an application to permit, to injure or remove a city-owned tree. So I would take it on the streets or road allowance. Also, a submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove, a privately owned tree as per the city bylaw code. So I hope that helps. I take it that there is a tree that on the private side that's regulated by the tree regulation bylaws under the city's municipal code. And,
yeah, there's nothing on our client's property. There may be not any trees that are protected on our client's property, but there may be a tree in a neighboring property that they want us to apply for. See how all the trees are on the neighbor's property. So we'll definitely talk to Urban Forestry and make sure that we make the appropriate applications.
So could you live with those conditions if we added them today?
Yeah, no problem with that.
Okay. To just say, Dylan, any comment, or could you put forward a motion? What do you think here? Do you want to entertain a motion?
Sure. I move that we approve this proposal with the forestry conditions 1 and 2.
I'll second that motion to approve. All in favor? Great. Thank you very much. You have your approval.
Thank you.
Well, we're picking up some speed in the agenda, which I think is helpful all around. Where we will go next to item 13, 27 Tarlton Road, and I would just like a moment to catch up on materials for that section, for that address, I should say. And I just want to pull up the agenda on that. Thank you, staff, for your patience. So, in respect of this application, then the committee has a copy of the survey, the site plan, the floor plans, and elevations. One photograph of the property received in late September. There's an earlier decision going back to 2017 affecting the subject property. And presentation materials, perhaps that are, I guess, looking at many properties in the close by, hopefully, in the general area. We have email correspondence from the third-party projects review. Oh, that's Metrolinx, sorry, Metrolinx. And staff reports, acting supervisor of the tree protection and plan review, that's received. And also traffic planning, transportation services. So we'll look to those issues as we go along, urban forestry and transportation. All right, 27 Tarlton Road. Would the agent please identify himself or herself and come to the mic.
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and could you speak a little bit louder? Thank you.
Sure.
So we're looking at, I'm just checking here, in terms of your property, we're just looking at two variances then, FSI and height. Okay. Go ahead, sir, make a short presentation, and then we'll see if there are questions for you.
Sure. I believe this is a straightforward, as you mentioned, we're asking for increasing the floor space index, and that second variance is only to authorize the entrance, front entrance door. It's not being a little bit higher. It doesn't contribute to the volume of the building. The house, as you can see, is well sitting between the two adjacent houses. We are not requesting any sort of side yard variance or front yard or additional height for the building or wall height. The length of the house is reduced from the previously approved application. Used to be 17.88, now it's only 16 meters. We have submitted evidence to support the application. It's a case study, basically. We showed that there are several houses on Tarlton has been granted higher floor space index, plus several on the adjacent streets. That's only the case study on our side. We don't obviously don't feel entitled that we have to get, because we have to receive approval because the others did. Just wanted to make sure that we are not proposing anything that is setting a new precedent. I don't have any further comments, but I'd be happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Just looking at the sketch of the property that you put up, I see it says it's 3 stories. So the zoning in this area does permit 3-story as opposed to 2-story. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Indeed, the 3-story is an as-of-right provision for this neighborhood, and I'm glad we proposed it within the height provisions, so no height variance is required here.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions on this? No, seeing none. All right. Are there further speakers on this, either in support or against? Call?
Through the chair, no, there isn't.
All right. All right, panel, we have 2 variances before us here. And we've heard the representations of the agent. What's your pleasure on this one?
I think it's a very straightforward application. It's very supportable.
Thank you, Aaron. So we'll treat that as a motion to, motion to approve.
Yes, please.
Is there a seconder, please?
With the conditions from, the conditions from transportation.
Right, yes,
That's
please.
the
Thank
three
you.
of them, as well as the forestry report, which I believe was condition number 1, I think.
Through the chair, urban forestry number 3,
Yeah.
condition
beg your
3.
pardon.
It is number 3, yes. Okay.
Number 3, I
Number
beg your
three,
pardon.
yeah, condition
And
number
through the chair, the Metrolinx in this case is just advisory comment.
Did hear a lot. Was it Metrolinx, is that what you said? Just advisory? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
So
I have
that's
some
not a
issues with
condition.
Metrolinx that we'll deal with at another time. That's all they're allowed to do. I'm sorry. Thank you. All right, please to second the motion by Aaron with those conditions.
I will second that.
All right. All right, all in favor then? Approved with those conditions? Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, number 14 is deferred. Oh, 15 is, this is, all right. Staff, it looks like we're moving to item 16, Heath Street East. Now that, I'm just going to take a few minutes and a few seconds to catch up with it. Okay, I'm just going to get to. Okay. Okay, I think we did that. All right, so in connection with this application, so we're altering an existing dwelling and indicating what the construction is, and there are, I think, 6 variances sought here, yes? And the committee has the following further communications and information. We have a copy of a plan of survey, a site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan, so we may take a look at that. We have a we have a tree site plan and photos from the agent, Mr. Gashamin, and presentation materials from him as well. And we have revised presentation materials from Mr. Gashamin. So, Mr. Gashamin, then, if you're there, why don't you, in a summary way, take us through the latest revised presentation materials?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. I am Elias Ghassemian, speaking from 12 Madison Avenue. I'm the architect and agent representing the owners of 100 HEATH Street. I'm on the call today with my partner, Brett Wackett. Okay, and referring to the second floor of this presentation, the context of the project is in line with precedent set by neighboring house to the east. In the image shown, a project on the left side would be in keeping with completed alteration in the neighborhood. Approved minor variance requests. Many homes in the area have new architectural style, raising floors, and increased square footage. In the next few pages, we have explored variances previously approved in the neighborhood for FSI, setback, building depths, and soft landscaping. For instance, the approved applications for FSI range from 0.76 to 1.36. And in the next pages, I can discuss each variances in detail. Can you go to the next page, please? Page 7, please. The first 2 variances concern side yard setbacks. We are keeping all existing exterior walls, and our proposed side setback remain the same, the existing, not complying with the zoning, but aligning with the current situation. Number 3 is soft landscaping. Regarding front yard soft landscape, the existing soft landscape area is less than required due to 2 permitted parking spots at the front yard. But in our proposed design, we increase soft landscape from
15.8 meter to 20.7 meter. And number 4 is related to our third floor balcony. We are proposing more space than allowed for the third floor balcony, but it is proposed within the roof, ensuring privacy and avoiding overlooking issue to the neighbors. Number 5 is for building depth. The existing building depth is 19.82, and what we propose at the third floor is 17.14. And the last one is FSI. The existing house FSI is 0.75, but we propose 0.8. The slight increase is due to changing the roof slope, providing more living space on the third floor. I'm happy to answer any question that committee has. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in terms of architectural style, is it fair to say that it's quite mixed, quite varied, perhaps, if I could put it that way, in architectural design?
I can say it's contemporaries of the existing architecture. We have that arch as an existing style, and I can say it's more Mediterranean style in keeping with the context.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions for this agent and speaker? Seeing none? All right, thank you, sir. I note a letter in support. I'm Secretary Treasurer. Are there any other speakers? Is anyone in opposition here this morning?
Through the chair, no, there isn't.
All right, okay. We'll take this into committee. Any comments? Six variances asked for, and we have the material in front of us. I just wanted to check to see about whether urban forestry is. No, there's not. Okay. I see no urban forestry condition on this matter. Yes, Mr. Reed.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate the fact that they've incorporated privacy screening without our having to ask.
Very good. Will that be needed to be mentioned as a condition, or it's there?
It's already there, so
Yes,
it's in the
thanks.
plans.
Yes.
If I understood the applicant, the variance with respect to number 3, the soft landscaping,
yes.
if I understood, he's saying that at the moment it does not comply, and in fact they will be increasing their soft landscaping, even though their proposal's only to 55%. Did I understand that right?
We'll just put that question back to you, sir, just sort of coming out of the committee for the moment. Just the soft landscaping. Sorry, there's some increases, but although 75% is required in the front yard, in this case, you're only at 55%. Please comment on that.
That is correct.
Oh.
Sorry, I think they unmuted the wrong user here, but that is correct. For the record, my name is Brett Buckets. I'm partner to Elias, just sitting in on the call.
I see. Okay. All right. Panel? Any action here? Yes, Mr. Reed.
I'll move to accept the variances.
Thanks very much. All right, all in favor, no conditions, we're approving? Yes? Sorry. All right, sir, it has a unanimous assent, so your project is approved on Heath Street, Heath Avenue, Heath Street, yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a conflict of interest for the next item, so I will...
Thank you for the reminder, yes.
I'm going to be in the lobby area between 1 and 2.
Thanks very much. Maybe the minutes would recognize that Mr. Reed has left the hearing room while we deal with item 17. 315 Craven Road. Just give me a moment as we catch up on materials. Okay, we have some speakers, good. All right. Just going to get to that myself. Thank you, just as we organize the papers here too. Yes, 315 Craven Road. There are 4 variances requested, and the purpose of the application then is to alter an existing 2-story ancillary building, which I guess is a detached garage, by converting it into a garden suite with a new side staircase in the rear yard of the existing detached 2-story dwelling. This lot will have a total of 4 dwelling units, 3 in the main dwelling and 1 green suite unit. Also in connection with this same application, then, committee has the following material: copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 13 photographs of the site, covering letter from David Smith as agent, a previous Committee of Adjustment decision going back to 2019 that affects the property. We have email correspondence with community planning from David Smith. We have presentation materials from Mr. Smith, and we have a staff report from essentially tree protection. There's correspondence in support from certain named people on Craven Road. 42 form letters in support, signed by occupants of quite a few addresses on Ashdale Avenue, Craven Road, and Rhodes Avenue. These were received November 15th of this year. And 1 form letter in support signed by the owners or occupants of 277 Craven Road, and that was recently received. We have opposition and in terms of the additional information from them, correspondence and opposition from Harry Marcovici, if I pronounce that, on 198 Rhodes Avenue, Lee English, a solicitor on behalf of people at 307 Craven Road, and we have correspondence in opposition from Ronald Chappelle, Anna Alexandra, Edward DeRocha, and Jose Alexandra, giving addresses on Craven Road. So there we have quite a bit of response from the community, both in support and against. And as I mentioned then, in terms of preparing this garden suite, we have 4 variances. All right. All right, is Mr. Smith there then as agent for the applicant on this Craven Road matter?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm right in front of you. Good afternoon,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, member of committees. My name is David Smith. I'm here representing the property owners at 315 Craven Road,
Right.
Eric and Joanna, seated behind me. My address is 401 Craven Road.
Okay, thank you.
I'm assuming you'd like me to make my presentation, so
Yeah,
I'll just...
sure. I think we should in this case.
Absolutely. I'll just speak from some prepared remarks. Through you, Mr. Chair. As outlined in my cover letter, the application before you was originally heard almost exactly 3 years ago today, back in November 2020. At that time, the Garden Suite bylaw framework was still in development, and with this in mind, city planning was concerned that there was no way to fully evaluate the merit of this application. Considering the desperate need for housing in the neighborhood, the overwhelming amount of support we had, and the simple logic behind the application, we decided to present this to the committee anyways. This was 3 years ago. At the hearing, the panel was divided on whether to support the application. Some members could appreciate the value and the merit. However, overall, the panel had to side with planning's rationale with regards to not having the framework in place. Fast forward to today, and obviously some things have changed, other things have not. With regards to the application, it is largely unchanged from what was presented 3 years ago. However, as we all know, we now have the required garden suite bylaw framework in place, and as such, the merit of the proposal can now be evaluated properly. With the necessary framework now in place, it is worth noting that we have the full support of City Planning, and they are recommending approval of this application. This is in combination with overwhelming support from the neighbors along Craven Road, Rhodes Avenue, Ashdale Avenue, and the surrounding neighborhood. A total of 45 letters of support were submitted. The application itself is very straightforward. My clients would like to revitalize the existing legal non-conforming structure in the rear yard of their lot and convert it into a garden suite. This structure, as evidenced by the signed and dated survey submitted with the application, has existed in its current form for over 60 years, and our proposal will not alter the exterior of the building in any way, beyond potentially recladding two sides of it to make it more attractive. Considering the abundance of legal non-conforming structures in the neighborhood and in the city as a whole, and the drive to increase densification and create new housing rapidly through the Missing Middle initiative, exemptions were drafted into the Garden Suite bylaw framework that took into consideration and recognized non-conforming structures in an effort to streamline their conversion into dwelling units. As an existing legal non-conforming structure, this building benefits from exemptions within the Garden Suite bylaw with regards to its location on the site and its proximity to the existing building. Currently, however, these exemptions do not extend to coverage, height in relation to the existing building, or its projections into the various angular planes. And as such, we are seeking 4 minor and very technical variances related to these bylaws. It is understood that as this building in its existing form has remained for over 60 years, that the variances created by the existing structure can be considered technical and minor, as they are a byproduct of a structure that was constructed long before the bylaws came into effect. Lastly, I would just like to take a minute to emphasize the uniqueness of this lot and property, which is truly one of a kind. On a street like Craven that consists of many much narrower lots, 17 feet, often less, the subject property has a frontage of 50 feet, effectively making it a triple lot. This conversion would create a dwelling unit very much in keeping with the single-story cottage-style bungalows of the neighborhood, and one that would satisfy access for emergency vehicles, exceed standard parking requirements, and increase the soft landscaping of the existing lot. Based on all of this, it is my humble submission that this sensible proposal can be considered desirable for the appropriate development of the land. Furthermore, it is my opinion that these variances can be considered minor, and an approval of these variances will maintain the intent of both the official plan and the zoning bylaws. I feel it is clear that this application meets the 4 tests and should be approved accordingly. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, it's interesting to see an ancillary building that's legally non-conforming, so it's been there a long time, certainly, yes.
Through the chair to the agent, based on your statements and the correspondence you submitted with zoning, you're mentioning that it's identified the structure as a legal non-conforming use. However, in the public notice, the description, the purpose of the application, and the variances sought do not seek permissions to alter a legal non-conforming use. So if it is actually a legal non-conforming use, then that application needs to be applied for in the zoning, in the notice, and in the public notice, you need to obtain permission to alter a legal non-conforming use.
It's a non-conforming structure because it's obviously built before the bylaws. The part of the opposition's angle of attack was that this was an illegal building. To demonstrate its legality, we have to demonstrate that it's been there untouched for a certain number of years. So from the change of use point of view or anything like that, I mean, we're still converting what is an existing ancillary structure into a dwelling unit, which I understand through the Garden Suite bylaws is fully permitted.
Through the chair, okay, I just want to make the distinction clear, however, between a minor variance application and a legal non-conforming use application. This application is not seeking legal non-conforming use permissions.
Hi, I have a question to start very quickly. Did the applicant sign a waiver, or this is a notice generated by the zoning review application?
Good question, yes.
This is produced by the zoning examiner. We went through zoning review.
You didn't do any waiver. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll just add, I'm not sure this is clarified at all, but under the, like, section 45(2) of the Planning Act, there's an ability there to apply about legal non-conforming uses here. But I'm not sure that's the situation there. We've got a section 45(1), a normal minor variance application before us.
Yeah. And for lack of better terminology, for what it's worth, I mean, really the concept of the legal aspect of this hadn't come up until opposition raised it. So in using that terminology in the presentation, it was just to infer through all the confirmation we got from zoning, all the research we did, that this is in fact a legal structure. At the end of the day, it's an existing ancillary building that we are looking to convert to a garden suite. And through the zoning review, the variances before you are the ones that were generated and that we are seeking your approval of.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Sabrina Salatino, Manager of Committee of Adjustment.
I'm sorry.
It should be noted
Yes.
that if permissions to the legal non-conforming use are missing, then it would require a new application to Committee of Adjustment. So as long as the applicant and landowners are aware of that, perhaps we shouldn't be referring to this as legal non-conforming.
Okay.
But again, we'll leave that with the building division. There is a zoning review.
Sure.
At the time, of finalizing permits. If it does come back that permissions were not approved by this committee, then it would require a new application to Committee of Adjustment.
Through the chair, I have a question. My understanding of the issue on this application is there's a question about whether this ancillary structure is lawfully existing. That is a point raised in the opposition materials. And so I read it as not necessarily being about whether it's a non-conforming use, but simply one of the persons in opposition challenging whether it meets the definition of lawfully existing in, I think it's chapter 800. And so that was I expected you were going to speak to that, or we're going to hear from the objectors about that, because I suppose my question for you is, what is the issue that's being raised? Is it that the building traverses the property line?
Exactly.
And who owns? How does the ownership issue get resolved?
Well, so and this is through staff has brought this confirmation up on the screen, but the discussion was that because two walls of this existing building encroach onto the neighboring property, the concern would be if any alteration occurred, then you've changed this from an existing condition. The thrust of our application is we are not changing the building in any way. It's a completely interior renovation. To your point, opposition raised the idea that this was not a lawful building. And so my apologies to staff if I'm using the term legal non-conforming inaccurately. All the material that I submitted was to demonstrate that this is in fact under all the definitions and as confirmed by the zoning examiner can be considered lawful in all intents and purposes required.
Through the chair, thank you. If staff can just put the public hearing notice back up on the screen. So just to be clear, so what is before the members today?
Yeah.
This is the purpose of the application as went out in the public hearing notice and the requested variances. So that is what is before you today.
Yes. And can I say one other thing, or are you in committee?
Well, just in respect, so just checking. So it's we got two variances relating to angular plane, really, and then and then possibly garden suite. Just need a minute here. 946. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. Any further questions for this witness or this speaker? Excuse me. No, all right. All right, Mr. Smith, thank you very much. Is there anyone else going to speak in support of your application?
I believe there may be someone online that would like to speak.
All right. thanks. So just wait, staff, you just take a look then.
Lee, you have been unmuted.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm speaking in opposition. I just want to make sure that now's the right time, or if there's an opportunity for other people to speak in support.
Well, just wait a moment, you're right, as I was just checking, I know there's in support. So there's another person online, and not this gentleman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a number of speakers,
Yeah.
so we can begin with Lee.
I'm sorry, is that will?
In support or in opposition?
We can deal with opposition and support, but right now we have Lee on the line that's speaking in opposition.
And I'm ready to proceed when you tell me to do so.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Maybe you could give us your full name and address, and then, yeah, you should tell us what your position is with respect to this application, and then you can sort out your details. So
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Lee English.
Yes?
And I'm a land use planning lawyer. I'm counsel for the owners of 307 Craven.
Okay.
Thank you. And at the outset, we are here in opposition of this application. We want to emphasize our clients are not opposed to the introduction of new residential uses on this property. The decision to oppose this application was not taken lightly. However, this is an unlawful building. It encroaches on our property, our client's property, and 198 roads, and does not conform with the official plan and zoning policies regarding garden suites. The impacts, including privacy and the effect of height, are unacceptable. We ask the committee to refuse the application for the reasons I set out in my letter of November 15th, and as I'll set out now. To give some brief context, the southern wall of this existing structure is approximately 0.1 meter from our client's property. Obviously a very close condition. The standard garden suite setback would be 1.52 meters. There's a proposed window on this wall in what will become a new residential building. And as I note in my letter, the eaves, trough, and roof actually encroach on our client's property, cross the property line, which is on its face illegal. And so that'll take me to the first point of my comment today, is that the existing structure is unlawful. It should not be approved because it is encroaching on the neighboring properties. The applicants are asking the committee to agree that an unlawful condition is somehow legal or a lawful existing structure. And while the zoning bylaw doesn't speak to unlawful encroachments, this suggestion that somehow an illegal building can be legal is contrary to the legal principle of interpretation that should avoid absurd outcomes. And that, in my opinion, would be an absurd outcome. And the unlawful construction of this existing structure cannot be remedied by a minor variance. You'll also see in the plans that the foundation for the building is actually, the encroachment on 198 roads is projected to increase, thus further exacerbating this unlawful condition. Now I was just online and saw that the applicant submitted over 36 pages of materials yesterday about this topic, which should all be disregarded on the basis of late timing. And they include without prejudice communications with our client, which is a breach of settlement privilege, but I don't have time to linger on that. And I can come back to this issue of lawfulness in response to any questions from the city, from the committee, but I want to turn to the tests, which we've addressed and the applicant has not. So, firstly, let's turn to the purpose and intent of the official plan. There are mandatory official plan policies for garden suites this application contravenes. These are new policies, the city considered them, the applicants knew about them when they made their submission and yet defied them by, specifically, the inclusion of a window on the southern wall. The garden suite's official plan says a garden suite development will limit privacy and overlook issues on adjacent properties. They have not done so. And even in the 2020 application, the applicants acknowledged this was a privacy concern and agreed to remove the windows. And here we are today with a new application where the OP says limit privacy impacts and the application includes windows. This is a significant impact given the immediate relationship between the building and our client's property. Nor does the application include any of the items encouraged by the official plan, despite city staff trying to ask the applicant to do so, including accessible design, sustainable building technologies, and expanding the urban tree canopy. Frankly, this application should be refused on this basis, and a new build, like the applicants can build a garden suite on this property in accordance with the zoning bylaw and would then have the opportunity to include sustainable design, accessible design, and including new trees. I'll turn now to the zoning bylaw. Again, I've spoken to the issue of lawfulness, and in our view, the building is not lawful. It is absurd to interpret the encroaching building as being legal and to take advantage of the exemptions in the garden suite zoning bylaw. It must be a legal building. Not only that, they want to vary the maximum height permissions by more than 50%. Again, brand new zoning bylaw for garden suites, exemptions for certain things, not height, and this seeks a significant variance in the height, as well as angular plane and soft landscaping. The soft landscaping proposed is actually offside the zoning bylaw. A variance has not been sought. On lots with frontage greater than 6 meters, such as this one, at least 50% of the rear yard, including the area covered by a garden suite, must be soft landscaping. Here we see only 50% of the existing yard being proposed. It's not appropriate or desirable to have an illegal structure. These are not minor. I have other things to say, but my time is out. Subject to any questions that you have, those are my submissions.
Sir, I saw a survey has been deposited, so just so I understand, you're saying that the existing building encroaches, and if so, I'd like to know by how much onto a neighboring property, and it includes, I guess you're taking the sort of the roof line and eaves troughs then also on an adjoining property. Is that right?
That is correct. It encroaches on the roof and eaves trough encroaches on our property. It's a matter of inches. That is an intrusion of our client's air rights, and air rights are equally protected as land rights. Most importantly, though, and the building actually, the existing wall encroaches on the property on 198 roads, and indeed, this is shown in the survey, it's shown in the plans. The plans all record and recognize that this is a encroachment. And the plans also anticipate expanding the foundation further east so that they will increase the extent of the unlawful encroachment on 198 roads. All set out in our letter, and I see that you're working through it, trying to keep up with me. So the figures and the relevant points are described in my letter.
I take it there's been no civil litigation on this issue at this point. Is that right?
No civil litigation. And it's an interesting point because some of those materials that were filed yesterday deal with things like squatters' rights and prescriptive easements and all that. It is on the applicant to come to the committee to say we have a legal right here to build beyond the property line. The fact that the property line is shown on the plans with the building encroaching seems to me to lead to believe that there is no claim for adverse possession. There can't be, or else they would have shown the property line in a different location.
All right, thank you. Others, other members, any questions or comments?
Oh, I just want to share some experience we had before with similar cases, and it's just that the COA cannot, don't have the capacity to get into this kind of property line and civil situation. We can only look at the variances in front of us. But we will take note of what happened, and I think majority of your presentation is more about the planning implication based on the variances your neighbor is asking. So we'll be focusing more on that.
Okay, thank you, and I understand that to be the case. It's the applicant's onus to prove it's legal, and it does impact the desirable and appropriate for the development of the site. But again, as you note, the planning justifications still work against this application.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A further speaker on this matter, and if so, please indicate whether they're in support or opposition of the variance application.
Yes. Harry, you have been unmuted.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, could you just please state your name and address, and then we can proceed?
Sure. My name is Hari Markovici, and I'm the owner of 198 Rhodes, which is the property just east of the subject property. I would first like to start by saying that the two properties that are most, and I would say frankly, like the only properties in the neighborhood that are impacted by this are the two properties that are in opposition. I've lived at 198 Rhodes for 7 years. I think it's my forever home with my wife, my dog, and my newly born kid. So I take this, obviously, this type of matter will really impact my life and our lives. And so I take this obviously very seriously. As you can see from my written submission, this is not like a small part of my backyard or a small little garage that is frankly quite common in our neighborhood. This is a massive property. It's bigger than my house by width, and it's also very tall. Converting this into a house while keeping the windows there as is would be would be very seriously impactful on my backyard, on my privacy, my ability to just share my backyard in peace without having a neighbor not looking into my backyard, not on my property line, but actually on my property, given the encroachment that was discussed here. So I don't want to. Obviously, I'm not a municipal lawyer, so I can't get into the legal matters here. I would note that I wasn't aware that various legal documents were submitted that close to the hearing. I think that's, again, I would echo what the gentleman before me said, that those should absolutely be disregarded. I think it's ridiculous that we cannot adequately prepare for those by them submitting them behind our backs at the 11th hour. I will just focus on two things. One is again the encroachment on my property that this proposal proposes to further encroach on by digging underneath it, which, as we all know, the grandfathering provision in the bylaw only provides for grandfathering of, as we discussed, legal properties. This is not legal, hence they need a variance from the setback requirements, and I doubt this committee would ever approve that type of variance of a negative setback, a setback that's on somebody else's property. Forget about an actual positive setback. This is a negative setback we're talking about here. So that's kind of like the legal argument. The legal argument. They need additional variances to make this property work, and I don't think this committee will ever grant that. And more importantly for me, and my backyard, as you can see from figure 1 in my submissions, there is a very, very large tree that's extremely close to the garage. And I mean, I'm not sure how they were able to sign a no harm tree declaration, given the fact they want to dig and extend the garage downwards right next to that tree. That tree will definitely suffer, given that the roots must be right there. And this is probably one of the oldest trees in the neighborhood. It is ridiculously long and tall and big. It has a beautiful canopy. And the last thing I want is a tree that size to be harmed as a result of frankly my neighbors trying to turn a triplex, an income producing triplex, by adding another income producing asset. I'm all for additional housing, for affordable housing, but this is it's a little bit too much in harming the tree, and again, further encroaching on my property rights.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this speaker? All right, okay. All right, is there a further speaker either in support or opposition?
Ashley, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Hayes. I live at 202 Rhodes, which is a direct neighbor to the back as well. So we look on the back of the building. I'm in support of this application. First, I am a housing advocate, and I think that I really appreciate what the city has done for garden suites and laneway suites in our city. And this seems like a perfect use of just like the only change to this building will be inside. And so I think that for the existing structure, it will remain the same for the height and for the windows. From what I see, the windows are like they are actually blocked by the tree a lot. And the window, it goes into a closet and a stairwell. So I don't think there's actually any line of sight concerns and privacy concerns for that. Hari and I discussed that our houses are actually closer together than the rear of our houses and the garage that wants to be that the building wants to be changed. So the lot, like they said, is 50 feet wide. Both our properties, Hari and I think about 25 feet wide. So having two buildings on the same size seems to make sense. And I think those are my submissions. I just want to reiterate that I think that we do need more housing in our city, and buildings like this that exist all over the city are very important, especially with the fall economic statement that happened yesterday, and that Canada needs 3.5 million more units. This seems like a likely one to move ahead with. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Any questions, members? Okay. No. All right. Is there a further speaker?
Through the chair, no, there isn't.
So I guess we need to let the applicant to speak for another 5 minutes to defend.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. We're back to Mr. Smith then for, yes, right. Sorry, Mr. Smith, so we're going to ask you to reply to, not to new matters, but to matters that you've heard. And yes, you've got 5 minutes to speak to that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's worth noting before I address the concerns raised by the opposition that in general, this opposition is unfortunate to say the least. The fact is my clients desperately wanted to and tried to work with these neighbors in order to gain their support. Over the course of both applications, my clients had discussions with the neighbors at 198 Rhodes and 307 Craven, and terms were outlined by these neighbors for an agreement that if my clients had met, rather than objecting to this application, these neighbors would in fact have supported it. Unfortunately, due to the nature of some of the terms requested, neither side could ultimately come to agreement. However, the fact that terms were proposed and would have been accepted in and of itself demonstrates that the objections now before you are less real concerns these neighbors have with the merits of the proposal and are more just a result of them not getting what they want. With that said, I'd be happy to speak to the conditions or the concerns, raised. Let me stress from the very beginning, because it seems to be a theme through a lot of them. The existing building...
Sorry, and could I just ask you to speak a little louder?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
The existing building has existed in its existing form for over 63 years. We are in no way changing anything with regards to the exterior of the building above grade or below grade. Everything is done within it. So the building and how it operates with regards to their experiences on their property will not change. With regards to the existing windows, we would be happy to frost them. We originally discussed closing them with the neighbors. We are completely flexible. So concerns about privacy, if this was a garage where we had the local street band practicing every night, there's a number of scenarios where you'd have similar issues come up. If staff could bring up the definition of lawful and lawfully existing, please. It's part of my late submissions. Just to swing back to this, because I think this is a cornerstone of part of the argument. So it'll be a single submission. It'll probably be the last one that went in. Chapter 150, specific use regulations. Definition of lawful, part 2 there. For the purposes of chapter 150.7, the words lawful and lawfully highlighted in bold type in addition to the definitions provided in zoning bylaw, chapter 800 definitions, includes existing or authorized on or before February 3rd, 2022. This is corroborated by the zoning examiner. This building can be considered lawful for the purpose of the review of these zoning bylaws and the application of the garden suite as it pertains to the exemptions that are afforded a building that has been in existence for this amount of time. With regards to the concern for the tree, I completely appreciate this. If staff could bring up the submission before this, which has more files in it, I prepared a quick, if you just scroll down 2 more pages. There's pictures of the existing, so those are the existing windows looking to the east, and the large tree. If you scroll down 1 more, it's the window. Again, all the windows are existing. We are not proposing any changes to the exterior. If you scroll down 1 more, this is a cross section so that everybody can understand how we can sign off on a tree protection application and claim that we're not damaging any trees. Because we are simply lowering the existing slab within the building, we've already excavated and confirmed we have frost footings. The building itself becomes the tree protection. All of the root structure has already negotiated its way around this building because of how long it's been there. So there is no concern over damaging any surrounding greenery because, again, we are only working within the existing envelope. With regards to elements that are encouraged, Mr. Lee spoke to this at the beginning, everything from sustainability to accessibility standards. I certainly appreciate that these are encouraged, but they are not required and are sometimes not appropriate. Even with regards to the tree comment, certainly city planning reached out, and if Lee actually read the correspondence, he would note that you can only plant trees with specific setbacks and distances from other buildings, and the nature of the property did not allow us to do this. This was all outlined in the correspondence. We obviously would have loved to, but we could not meet the requirements. Beyond that, there was comments about the height. The height is not changing. In all manner, the existing building is to remain the same. We are simply taking something that is derelict and converting it into something that is habitable. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. All right. Any members of the panel, any questions this speaker? No. All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Smith.
I do have a question.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Right. So to the applicant, I think I'm more focused on the variances that you are trying to apply. And I think you do understand that there's a difference between a garden suite or a laneway house. And garden suites bylaws came later. And the reason for all those cut planes and angular planes is to protect the neighbor from not being shadowed with a tall building against the back. Now, sometimes there are some exemptions when you have a very long, deep lot, or you have some other reasons that you can place the building at the back against your neighbor without angular plane. I think what you're proposing is, even without the property lines issue, it's extremely difficult to accept. Can you just explain further? And I think I've been looking at the Google map and your site plan. This is going to be one of the kind that a 1.5 or 2 stories building at that height, abutting on neighbors before encroaching to the cut plane. How would you explain that, the implication to your neighbor?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the comments. I appreciate them. I would wholly agree with you if this was a newly proposed building. I think the thing to consider is, from an impact point of view particularly, as this has existed literally as it is for 63 years, obviously with regards to angular plane, the variances before you, we cannot meet them. But the impact is something that everybody around has already come to terms with and lived with for the time they've enjoyed their properties. I think whether or not there is people living in this structure or it's used as a garage or a studio is a bit minutia with regards, if we consider the fact that in any scenario, we will be renovating this thing so that it is fully soundproofed, it is insulated, conditioned, in all the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. And so if it's been there for this long and we can use it as a dwelling unit and sort of answer that need, it seems like a bit of a stretch to say that somehow just because it doesn't meet these new bylaws that it shouldn't be considered an acceptable option. The fact that we're only seeking four variances and 2 of them are exceptionally minor, I think that it's reasonable with all the other things that are going on to accept the fact that as an existing building, we kind of have to work with what we have. Even the size of the lot, the fact that we are improving the green space, if you consider all of the elements in play, I think it still is something that is conducive with the goals of the zoning bylaws and the official plan. And I think that the exemptions that were put forth recognize that, and that's why they were put forth. To speak to the comment about it being one of a kind, I submitted documentation that outlines how there are a number of buildings in this neighborhood that are situated right against property lines. This is a highly densified portion of Toronto. We've got a lot of existing structures that just don't play by the rules, because obviously the rules, to your point, some of them are new. They're just coming out, and we're trying to reverse apply them to structures that are in existence, which is always difficult and never a perfect fit.
Thank you for your answer.
I think we'll take it into committee now, trying to consider what to do. Also, I think our member, Aaron Cheng, has made a very good point in that we're dealing, of course, with minor variance applications. We can't rule on title or ownership or anything like that. And so we should measure the applications by the four tests. Now, having said that, what's your feeling on that? I'd say the only thing I can add is that I realize that it's still garden suites are still fairly new in the city, and it's difficult, I think, to see applications that come forward that want to make variations. So I was taken by the argument with respect to the official plan, and so the issue there is does it meet the intent and purpose? And I'm not sure that's what I'm struggling with. That's what I'm thinking about. Be happy to hear your views.
Well, given that we're limited to the 4 variances, I find that the variances are relatively minor, and I am persuaded by the applicant's argument that this is a pre-existing building that's existed for many years. And so given all of the circumstances, I would be prepared to accept this application.
I'm not persuaded by that argument, and that is because I think there's a big difference between a building sitting there that is being used, let's say, as an ancillary structure that has a garage or let's say whatever, but then when people are living there, the privacy concerns are different than for the other use. So I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison. I don't think it's the type of situation where you can just say because it's like this for X number of years, it's just going to be the same. I don't think it is.
Okay. Mr. Cheng, would you like to weigh in on that? I think you're hearing some.
Right. I think it is a difficult call because definitely it's an improvement based on what the applicant is saying. But then I also agree with Mr. Wilkins that changing a use of garage to an actual livable space is a big difference. And I also sense that the neighbors have an expectation that if there's any development going to happen here, it should be corrected from the previous problems. And even though we're not getting into those variances, I just want to address we as a committee understand the concerns. But going back to just the development that they're proposing, it's very hard to accept that having such a large residential unit being that close to a neighbor without following those basic principles of how you should respect with your neighbor's privacy. So if this project comes in with some modification of the outside that's more friendly to the neighbors in terms of privacy, that I think that will be a better proposal and is easier to accept, even though the property line might have some issue that can be decided outside of this committee. But as right now, it looks like a huge, gigantic residential unit abutting to other people's backyard. So it's very hard to accept.
Members, does someone want to bring forward a motion then with respect to this application?
I guess I'll make the motion to refuse the application for the reason that we have discussed.
I will second that.
I would dissent.
All right. All in favor then? In favor? Okay. No. And Ms. Fig dissents. Right, thank you. All right, well, it's a very interesting and difficult one, but we now have to move forward in our agenda.
I think we have to invite Mr. Reed coming back in.
Through the chair, yes, we are bringing Mr. Reed back in for the next item.
I was going to say, I hope he hasn't had lunch. But anyway, we'll see. But, good. Thanks for that reminder, Aaron. I said, he could at least bring in a pizza or something, I think. All right, okay. Oh boy, okay, we're just, gotta get back on this. Take a break from, all right. Arlington. So just a moment, so we'd be moving to item 18 and on Arlington Avenue. Let's catch up with that. Staff, sometimes I need a few minutes just to check my notes, and I'm sort of not used to also checking the material list. So just take a second here. Okay, yeah, all right. All right. Okay. All right, for this property on Arlington Avenue 29, could the agent or applicant identify themselves? Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes to present a case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sean Freeman. I'm the architect for the owner, and my address is 62 Vermont Avenue.
Through the chair, could you kindly go through the materials list?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Before we begin with the agent.
All right, so the committee has got quite a bit of communication and matters. So we have the following. We have a plan of survey, a site plan, floor plan, and elevations. We have the covering letter from Mr. Freeman, his agent. We have a 2022 minor variance decision affecting the property. There's a private arborist report. There's an email. There's email correspondence to a neighbor, Mr. Paul Starkman. There's an further arborist report, it seems, from Davy Resort Group. There are 36 photographs of the subject property and neighbor property, all received November 17th. A number of decision numbers are set out. I just mentioned them in passing then, is that these are former committee of adjustment decisions over various years, and they affect many different streets. I'll mention Greensides, Arlington Avenue, which we have here, Benson Street, Hendrick Street, Arlington, Hendrick Street, more. There are a lot, and you can hear more detailed decisions if needed. We have email correspondence to Urban Forestry from Mr. Freeman. We have correspondence to relating to official plan amendment 554 from Sean Freeman. We have a root pruning report prepared by Zakir Innes. I take it that relates to tree matters. And we have supporting materials from Mr. Freeman as agent. And finally, we have a tree preservation plan prepared by Davy Resource Group. Let's just see if there's anything further on that. And there is, yes, okay. We have a staff report from the Tree Protection and Plan Review. We have correspondence in support from Mr. Anderson, Jason Anderson, at 30 Arlington Avenue. And then in opposition, we have correspondence from Ms. Heidi Maroney at 89 Ilford, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Ilford Road, and also Evelyn Dottie, also at 92, also Ilford Road. So with that, committee and staff, those are the matters then we have before us. And just checking, I think we have four variances sought in respect of this this application.
And
Yes.
through the chair, I will just add that the urban forestry report submitted, they are requesting denial of variance number 4, as well as denial of variance number 5, with the note that if, despite urban forestry's recommendation, the committee approves the requested variances, urban forestry requests the variances be subject to the following standard urban forestry conditions, number 1 and number 2. So that is for the members' consideration.
I'm sorry? 9 variances, I'm sorry if I got that. Let's just have a look here. Oh, you're right, it's all on that. Right, sorry. Sorry about the number of variances there, and I just got to bring this back up, sorry. Arlington. Yes, and as a member has corrected me, there are 9 variances on this. All right, perhaps we could hear for the further from the applicant. I'm just wondering, having heard that with respect to refusals of variance 4 and 5 by urban forestry, do you want to address that as part of your package?
Of course, of course. Would you appreciate if I address that first? And
Yep.
okay, and also I just wanted to mention there are 9 variances. However, we have 2 zoning certificates for this application because the city required 2 separate zoning certificates, which for me is unusual. And the reason they did that is because there's the main house and then there's the garden suite, and they separated them, which is why there's so much information that I've submitted as well, and why, if you allow me to take a few extra minutes, if need be, it's almost like 2 separate applications. Anyways, I'll continue on because the clock is ticking. With respect to forestry, zoning variants 4 and 5 that they recommended not approving, our arborist report discusses, sorry, let me just focus. I lost my train of thought here. For variance number 4, if you can bring up sketch 2, it's regarding the minimum yard setback.
Yes.
And forestry was concerned that we would be impacting the large tree to the north of the property. There was a previous committee of adjustment application, and in that application we had an arborist report done, and the urban forestry gave a permit for injuring, and the work was already done prior to our owner, who currently is my client. The permit was given. So the root pruning of that tree was given and done by approval of urban forestry even before our application. Sorry, I hope that's clear. Okay, so
Before your client's ownership, is that?
Yeah, before our client bought the property about a year before. Because there's a previous decision, the Committee of Adjustment, and previous arborist report, so that makes this complicated. The setback variance, which is, if you see on the side elevation there, there's a box bay window adjacent to that tree, which has no foundation under it. So right there, just to the right, that box bay it's just giving a small sitting bench in the eating area of the house, and it has no foundation. Therefore, it really won't impact the tree. And it sits 45 centimeters off the wall of the house. And the other boxed out area, which gives some architectural feature, if you move to the right of that side elevation, is another 45 centimeters out from the existing wall, which provides the main entrance to the house. And again, that one has really no impact on the adjacent trees. And the arborist report shows that if you look through it, you'll see that the report says that we don't impact the tree there. So that's the variance number 4. Variance number 5 that forestry had an issue with is the garden suite. And they were concerned that we would impact trees. And the one tree that they're concerned about seems to be tree number, if you look at the arborist report, tree number, I think it's tree number 5. It's the Kentucky coffee tree, which is very close to it. And in my sketch that I recently sent to forestry, so it's tree number 4 there, sorry. The original arborist report, they were proposing to move that tree, but we've spoken to urban forestry and agreed, and if you'll bring up sketch number 6 that I submitted, it should be in the file, it shows that we've accommodated that issue by maintaining tree number 4. We don't propose to move it any longer. And in fact, we're adding trees to the property. Did you find sketch? I don't know who's looking for it, but it would be really helpful. No, sketch. There's some sketches that are colored. They're in there. It's in the support documents. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of documents, but so that's, yeah, keep going. There, that's sketch number 6. That's the one. So that's showing the garden suite. It's showing the existing Kentucky coffee tree close to the sidewalk. And then it's showing our proposed trees that we're planting. And we narrowed the walkway leading to the garden suite. So in effect, we're adding trees. And we you know, this was all done in the last couple of days. And I think it takes care of urban forestry's requests to you to not allow variance number 4 and variance number 5. Okay, so I know I'm running out of time. I have a lot more to discuss if you'll give me the time to do that.
I'll give you certainly another minute, and I'm sorry I kind of maybe intruded in asking about those.
Okay,
those
but
two
that's important because it's a memorandum from city staff, and I understand the importance of that.
All right,
So
take a little more time.
So if you can switch to sketch number 1 now, which addresses the variances 1, 2, and 3. So the variances 1, 2, and 3 have to do with either the front steps to the house or the landscaped open space or soft landscaped open space. This is a corner property, and we have decided to make this house fit more into the neighborhood. We've set back the front wall at the ground floor by 4 feet or 1.2 meters. This, in effect, increased the front yard area because when they calculate the front yard area, they go to the front wall at the ground floor area, ground floor of the building. So we've given back this, which caused these variances to seem larger than they really are. The existing house has a 41 centimeter, this wide strip of landscaped open space that runs the width, which is 6 meters of the property. And currently there's a small step there that leads to the front door. So we needed more steps because we're adjusting the height of the ground floor to allow for the basement to have more height, because part of this proposal is a basement apartment. And in order to get the steps in, these 3 variances have come into play. So I think they're really minor. I also think they're really minor because this is a corner property and the
Through
right
the
of way.
chair to the agent,
Yeah.
we're going to have to wrap up your time.
Okay.
We have other speakers, and we haven't
Okay.
made it to the lunch mark yet.
All right.
You'll have a chance to respond.
I hope you'll have questions that I can respond and continue explaining.
Any questions from, yes, all right, Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so is there a door at the front and a door at the side? And are these going to different
Yes.
suites?
Yes.
So there's stairs down to the basement
Correct.
apartment, but there's also a door at the front.
Yes.
And also a door at the side?
Yes.
And the doors at the front and the side, what are they going to?
So the door at the front
Uh-huh.
is the main entrance to the house, the principal house.
And the door at the side?
The door at the side is to maintain the address of 29 Arlington and get mail delivery and give a secondary access to the main floor of the house.
So there's 2 doors into the main house?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, actually, there's 3. There's one to the backyard as well.
Right, okay, got it.
I mean, I don't think that's an unusual thing.
Okay.
And
Sorry,
it's an
just
existing door. It's the known door of the house in the neighborhood. Actually, the locations of the doors are exactly pretty much where they were before. It's just set back 4 feet so that we have the room for the stairs to the basement.
Is this a former corner store?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I mean, the house was purchased while it was partially torn apart inside.
Right.
It's very difficult to determine exactly what was in, but as you know, by asking that question, corner properties are a thing in themselves in neighborhoods in Toronto.
And they often do have quite limited front yards.
Yeah, and the front yard is very limited,
right,
as you can see, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Further speakers in support, do we have some?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to hear, you're just about to complete a thought about the landscaping around the property, I believe, like that you said you're adding green back. Could you just complete your thought so I could hear your conclusion?
Let's take a look at this.
So there's a wide band of green that is really city property because it's a corner lot. And, you know, part of our landscaping plan is to maintain all the trees that are in that city, I guess we'll call it the boulevard around the property, without harming any, including the one that, you know, forestry was concerned about, the Kentucky coffee tree. So we will be doing landscaping to improve, but it'll be to improve by adding shrubs and other, you know, gardening features to this strip of green space. I mean, it seems like the house is sitting back in a little park, really. So it's a very flat building, you can see from that photograph, and that's the reason why the 2 45-centimeter boxes have been added to the side of the building, giving that side yard setback. And that I do think it's minor because they have no impact on any neighbor on the north side. It's facing Ilford Avenue. And then closer to the end of the property, which is the east end where the proposed garden suite is to be, we're proposing adding additional trees, both in the backyard and, you know, just where that little hedge is where the walkway will be to the future garden suite. And to the right of that is where you can see a very small tree there. That's the Kentucky coffee tree. And we decided to set back from that enough to allow the walkway to go by without injuring that tree so it can have its space and room to grow.
And when you're talking about setting it back, you're referring back to the sketches you just
Yeah,
took
sketch
us through?
6, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. In the original site plan, the walkway leading to the garden suite was much wider, and in this proposed site plan, we've, you know, narrowed that by about half, which made sense.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Do we have a further speaker? Yes, thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Hi.
Staff.
Ethan Rosen, can you hear me?
Yes, just a moment. Sorry. Sorry. Please go ahead and perhaps just speak up a little bit louder.
Hi, my name is Susan Rosen. I'm owner of the property at 27 Arlington, which is the house.
Hi, Susan. We can't hear you. Can you please speak directly into your laptop? Can you try again?
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit muffled still.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Apologies. So my name's Susan Rosen. I'm the owner of 27 Arlington, which is the house to the south of the property. The property was not a corner store. It was a single-use residential home, and there was there was the minor variance that was applied for in May 3rd, 2022, with the immediately prior owner, and they proposed to create a effectively a duplex, or two suites in the property. And now this new proposal is to create 3 suites on the property. The concerns I have as the adjacent property owner are a few. One is that there is very little parking on Arlington and Ilford, and the parking is such that it goes from the 1st to the 15th of the month and transfers over to the 16th to the 30th of the month. That's relevant because the snow removal, it creates massive piles of snow, which makes it very, very difficult to people to park in the winter, which, as we know, is anything from the middle to the end of November until the middle or end of March. And so parking is very much at a premium in this area. And now we went from one home to 3 homes to 2 homes, and now we're potentially asking for 3 homes. The next concern I have is that there's the 3rd story, and my property is to the south, as I indicated. I would want to be sure that there are privacy fences. Third, I have a concern about haven't seen any information on how the drainage will work between the 2 houses. There's essentially 6 to 8 inches between the 2 homes, and I have serious concerns about how water will flow, particularly now that there's not only the 2nd story but a 3rd story to be on the top, plus the 3rd story will have green space, which will have to be presumably watered and maintained. And so I haven't seen or been provided with any kind of information or evidence as to how that will be maintained, how the water will flow, and all the drainage will be effective between the 2 homes. Next, I have a concern.
In terms of drainage, I mean, it's largely a matter dealt with at the building permit stage. So really, the committee probably can't give you any relief that way in terms of a decision about drainage. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Fair enough. Next issue is I think the coverage is just a little excessive, particularly with the rear unit. So essentially, there's only 2 parking spaces, and now there's effectively going to be 3 homes on the one property, and with no additional parking. And so I'm of the view that I think there's excess. I think that the garden unit is too much. I wouldn't necessarily object to the 3rd floor or how they've revised the floor plate. I do want to identify, just because one of the members asked about the number of units. Clearly, there's going to be a basement unit. There's going to be a 1st floor and 2nd floor unit. I presume the 3rd floor will be used by the 1st and 2nd floor occupant. I'm not certain as to whether or not they're planning on maybe splitting the 1st and the 2nd floor. I don't know if that's the case. That would mean potentially 4 units. So essentially, the biggest concern I have is density and the coverage. That's potentially the reduction of green space, the increase of living space, and the size of the lot. And those are my thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Staff, do we have a further speaker on this? I take it that we do from the...
Through the chair, any questions for that speaker?
Sorry, yes, thank you. Panel members, Aaron, okay? Any questions for that? No? Seeing none, we can move on.
Through the chair, I believe we have another speaker on the line.
Well, hi there. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Just give us your name and street address, please, and then we can go. Yeah.
Perfect. My name is Kara Sklar, and I'm the co-owner of 95 Ilford Road, which is the adjacent property to the rear of 29 Arlington. I'm here to speak to variances 5 through 9, which relate to the garden suite, and I ask that these variances not be approved by the committee today. The existing garage structure, where the garden suite is to be built, is located right up against the rear property line of 29 Arlington, which is extremely close to my home. It is a very modest structure that does not affect my or my neighbor's properties. However, this will not be the case if this application is approved. The proposal is to build a larger 2-story structure that does not comply with the setback requirements for a corner lot. It will therefore be situated significantly in front of my home and the other houses on the south side of Ilford Road. The difference in setback between the allowed 6 meters and the requested 0.17 meters is extraordinary. I imagine that the recently drafted bylaw set a 6-meter setback requirement to prevent this exact situation, where a garden suite would dominate over neighboring properties. A garden suite that faces a street should not have less of a setback than the neighboring properties. I'm here to say that this is a major, not a minor, variance request. As the building proposed is set to be 2 stories, around 6 meters tall, with a flat roof, it will block sightlines from and to my house, completely restrict all sunlight and view from my 4-year-old's bedroom, and potentially create a fire safety risk as well due to its close proximity. This is an extremely tall structure to be positioned in front of and very close to my home. Presumably, the Garden Suite initiative was not intended to allow for dwellings that would effectively dwarf and block all sunlight and sightlines from the neighboring property. Indeed, as set out in items 6, 7, and 8, the proposed structure is in contravention of all of the angular plane requirements in the bylaw, which, if they were to be adhered to, would mitigate the impact on neighboring properties. Again, these are not minor variances. I also have young children, and I'm concerned about my family's privacy and security. This unit, for all we know, may be a short-term rental and will create a safety risk for my household, being so close to my home and the driveway where my children play. Privacy is not simply a matter of windows. It is much more than that. I do not see how this will not affect my property value or compromise the enjoyment I currently experience with my home. As mentioned, there's also a density concern here. The proposal to create 3 dwelling units on a 20-foot property does not seem desirable. In our immediate neighborhood, the houses are very close together. Many of my neighbors rely on street parking for their vehicles. It is also highly unlikely that this garden suite will be an affordable long-term housing option due to its size and the nature of how it is built. If these variances are approved, this structure will have a significant and detrimental impact on my property and on the neighborhood. It will detract from my property value, compromise my enjoyment of my property, create shading and privacy concerns, limit sightlines from my and my neighbors' properties, and create an unfair and unequal precedent in the neighborhood. This is clearly not an appropriate parcel for the construction of a garden suite, let alone a 2-story garden suite. This lot is too narrow to comply with the enacted setback requirements for corner lots. And the applicant has indicated in the materials that they submitted at the 11th hour last night that they are unable to build the dwelling in compliance with the angular plane requirements for garden suites. Given this, the application should not be allowed. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you oppose the applicant's request to allow variances 5 through 9, as I believe this application does not meet the committee's test for approval. The variances requested are not minor. The proposal to create a garden suite on this lot is not desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and this structure is not aligned with the general intent and purpose of the bylaw provisions regarding garden suites. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker, Karen?
Yes, sorry. Can you remind me which address you're at?
Yeah, I'm 95 Ilford Road, so I'm right behind the property. So right up against where the garage garden suite is my house.
You're right behind the garage, right?
Yeah, that's me there, yeah.
So the new development, the new proposed development is right next to your main door, basically.
Yeah, so this garage, I don't know if you can see it's really set forward. And it's set to be a 2-story structure with a flat roof that's going to just dwarf over my house, reduce the sight lines beside me, and really detrimentally impact my use of the property and my property value.
Right. I think we can let the applicant to give him a chance to explain how he's going to mitigate the problem, and we can decide. Thank you.
Hi. Can you bring up sketch number 5? And just for committee's knowledge, I submitted the sketches on Monday. They weren't last night, so there was some time. But so sketch number 5 shows the proposed garden suite. Its roof would be approximately 1.8 meters or 6 feet above the current peak of the garage. It is a flat roof that's proposed. It is to the north of the property that's just east of it, which also has flat roofs, mind you. The shadows that will be cast primarily by the proposed garden suite will be cast onto the sidewalk and driveway and onto Ilford Avenue. There are large trees located to the west of the proposed garden suite, which for the growing months of the year will shadow entirely the area in front of the garden suite and the garden suite as well. And currently that portion of the back lot of 29 Arlington.
Sorry. Which large trees? I apologize
the
for
maple, the
interrupting.
Norway maple.
Okay.
It's tree number 3, the Norway maple. It's easily twice as high as the house. And as well, the house to the east that this neighbor is talking about is a tall house, and it doesn't have windows that face, or I don't think it has windows, maybe one small one that face actually west. All the windows that I see face to the north and to the street, which our proposed garden suite will not block the views of. So the angular plane variance, which is 3 variances in this case, really, if you look at sketch number 4, I believe, the sketch before that one, it shows that if we did abide by the angular planes, it is possible to have a garden suite. It's just that the floor area would be impacted in a way that would make it much smaller and not as nice a place for one person to actually enjoy living in, even though they could live there. It just, and the other reason that the building has a flat roof, other than trying to accommodate that space, is that the design for the main house has flat roofs, and the neighbor who's just spoke have flat roofs, and we're trying to maintain an architectural sort of language that's going on there, and keep everything, in a way similar. So I hope that addresses that. I mean, the neighbor before, I'm allowed to speak about that as well, had issues with parking, and we're not changing the parking situation at 29 Arlington. We're maintaining an existing parking spot that has a driveway leading to it from Ilford. In my opinion anyways, there is parking on the street, and if you look at the overall city plan, that's part of it's sort of the first page of the public hearing notice, or at the back, that shows the area, you can see that there's a number of laneways exactly adjacent to the property, providing garages or parking off, behind all these houses. So from my experience anyways, with surveying the house and visiting the property and taking photographs, there is usually parking available on Ilford Avenue and Arlington. And the neighbor to the south happens to have a concrete driveway in front of their house, and they are the one that was expressing the concern with parking. So they have provided parking in front of their house for their tenants, yes.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could just speak to variance 5. The neighbor has underscored that this is the rear, I beg your pardon, the side yard setback that should be at 6 meters, and it's going down to 0.17 under your proposal. Okay, yes. So because this is a corner lot, the garden suite bylaw it changes the setback requirement.
to 6 meters. Now, typically in the city, lots are narrow, like a 6-meter lot is pretty standard in this neighborhood and other downtown neighborhoods. In a way, this is sort of a crossover between a garden suite and a laneway suite because our access is from a street called Ilford Avenue. So we can't accommodate a 6-meter variance. It's the width of the lot. The current garage setback is the setback we're asking for, which is 0.17 or 17 centimeters. And we're just proposing that not change, and the addition we're making for a stair goes towards the house into the garden, and we're maintaining the existing garage setbacks. And that's, does that help you to understand?
It's Aaron here, and on that note, I'm glad you bring that up. Even if I'm looking at your property, this garden house, as a detached house facing the street, the typical setback is 5 feet. And even if I'm using that scale to measure your development, it is still very, very close to your neighbor. It's extremely close to your neighbor if I see that as a detached home. Based on your argument, if it's a garden suite, that's fine, but your entrance is facing the main street, right?
Facing
And
the
I
main
was
street.
trying to, right, so I understand, this is something that we've been seeing a lot in different applications, that a lot of applicants assume that it was a garage, so we would turn it into a house with the exact footprint, what basically means the same. But I just want to let you know that this is a very hostile argument, and I just want to give you one more chance to give us a different perspective and see what you have to say about that. How would you build a house that close with your neighbor's entrance? Other than the fact that there's an existing footprint.
I mean, I live in a downtown neighborhood, as maybe you do as well, and our entrances are always adjacent to each other. Every semi-detached house in the city of Toronto has 2 doors right beside each other with a wall between them. It's not an unusual thing to happen. This is a dense neighborhood. Again, there are other examples along Ilford Avenue of actual houses that are there that come right out to their property line. You can just look at the overall view of the streets that's part of the application. There's at least 2, and the corners always do that. So I just think that that although everybody's impacted by something changing, the impact of this in a way should be welcomed because it's promoting another place for somebody to live, and this is a pretty humble small apartment that would have, I would expect, a humble, rent attributed to it, and it'll provide a place for somebody to live on a street that has room for it. So,
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So yes,
Hi.
Please go ahead.
So a lot of the concern has been about how close this is to the neighbor at number 95 Ilford. I understand the reasons why you're asking not to have the angular planes on both sides, but I'm wondering if you'd be willing to get rid of variance 8, and create an angular plane on the north side to reduce the impact on your neighbor to the north, number 95.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd consider that.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Through the chair, for the record then, if staff can pull up the public hearing notice, and you can just acknowledge for the record that you are going to delete variance number 8.
So you're redlining the application, then essentially.
I just
Yeah.
didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh, through the chair. So the applicant had previously made mention of deleting variance number 8. So for the record, we just need that officially stated. We have the public hearing notice on the screen with variance number 8 on the screen. So if the agent can state for the record, they are removing variance number 8.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just want to be very straightforward to the applicant. If item number 5, if you can change the distance from 117 meter to 1.2 meter, I think that's an acceptable setback. And if you can do that, I'm happy to support, but as of now, it's very difficult for me to support that.
So your variance
You have
number
to shift the
5?
building, yeah. You can't use the existing footprint of the garage. I understand where you're coming from, and but this is just not the right way to build a secondary suite or a garden suite.
So the garage we're proposing to maintain, and it currently has a 0.17 meter setback. So
Right, that's the whole point.
Are you then suggesting that the new entranceway to the garden suite be set back 1.5 meters? And
1.2, because I know that even if
1.0.
1.2, why 1.2 is because most of the
1.2.
time when other applicants coming at 1.2 against 1.5 would accept that too. So I'm giving you a break and trying to help you to get this
No,
project out.
yeah, I appreciate
Don't
that.
bother.
Let me just, if you don't, just mind giving me.
So if you got the angular plane and the setback, I think your neighbor will be in a much better position. And comparatively to other houses in the street, it will look a bit more conforming.
Yeah, so so you're asking us to have a 1.2 meter setback.
The property
item
line,
number
yes.
5 from the north property line. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I architecturally can make that work. It's, it's a bit of a curveball because it's tight to make everything fit in. It's not such an easy solution designing a
You
garden
can
suite in a
shift the
small
whole thing
footprint,
to
right?
you can shift the whole thing to the left, basically.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. It's that one grade.
Yeah, but then we have a landscaped open space variance if we take more floor area. I mean, area out of the garden. So
The landscape will be compensated on the east side, right? On the north side, sorry. So I don't think there will
on
be
the
a net
north side, right? You'll get
There'll
that
be
back.
no change in that side. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but then we'll have we're exactly 7.5 meters from the existing house now. So if we move closer to the house, we'll have a variance that won't allow us to have a second floor. I mean, it's just meeting all the points except for this 6 meter, which I thought was minor because if you look at, I mean, I highlighted it as part of the document regarding garden suites and the official plan amendment 554. I went through each of them and highlighted in yellow why I think it's minor, and it kind of ticked all the boxes, of what this official plan amendment has. And, I feel pretty passionate that I know you're trying to be generous here and suggesting the 1.2 meter, but I feel, that the impact that this neighbor is feeling, I mean, obviously there's impact anything you do, but I don't really think that it's going to have this terrible negative effect. It's not a 40-story building. It's 6 feet something above the existing peak of a garage roof now that we're talking about. And if I accept the angular plane that faces that neighbor's property line, I'm already helping them, by providing more light into their front yard. And don't forget that their front yard is to the north of their house, which is 3 stories and towers over this laneway. This garden suite. I mean, it in effect shadows, that whole garden suite garage area for most of the morning and part of the afternoon until the sun comes around. And also, there's no overlook.
Yeah, that
because
part
there's no
I
windows
understand. 'Cause
on those sides.
Also on the south side of the street, so shadow basically casts on the street, not on your neighbor. That I get it. Just trying to be coming up with an idea to help you so that it does look better than what it is now. And I understand the situation. You add another variance on that. Okay, I'll think about that. I'll get back. I mean, I'll
Thank
speak
you.
to that in the
Thank you.
committee. Thanks for your input. Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't like to defer issues, but, defer matters, but is that something you need a little time to, or you think you've responded? In other words, that you couldn't go the 1.2? That was
Well,
suggested
it's
for
a
variance.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
yeah, go ahead.
Do you need to talk with your client? You know,
I could, if you can give me a minute just to,
well, we're really running late right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah,
But
so-
we could certainly entertain you after lunch. If you need some time to talk to your client rather than read his.
Through the chair, sorry, we can't move this item to the afternoon.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Through the chair, sorry, we cannot move this item to the afternoon. It will have to be heard within the morning session. So your options,
To another session, is
to
it?
refuse certain variances, approve others. There's the option of deferral of the application, and of course, refuse or approval with conditions.
can I interject for just 1 second? If you have a problem approving the garden suite, which I hope you don't, given what I've said, could you approve the first 4 variances that have to do with the main house, which I think are clearly minor?
You know, I think you can read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like you to approve the garden suite because I do think it's a viable,
I think
endeavor.
I hate to say that, but I think the garden suite should be coming back as a, it will be more helpful if we approve, I mean, at least from my personal opinion, is to approve what you have in the main building. And you use that as a reference for your, I mean, once you're starting construction, you can apply for a second round with a revised, version of your garden suite that might not even need any variance. If you do, I think based on the comments you've heard today and the record we have, I think it will be much more supportive than, what we're having today now.
So I think the proposal is, there and then is that we'd make a decision on, on variances 1 to 4, and we refuse the rest.
If I'm going to make a motion today, yes.
Okay.
Can you-
Please do, then.
Have we heard from everyone?
I mean,
Yes, I'm sorry, Aaron too, yes, just the members here would just like to discuss as well. So let us take it, we're in committee, and thank you for your remarks. Yes, Mr. Wilkins?
Oh, no, I would just want to make sure there was no one else on the
Oh,
line
okay.
that we didn't
I think
hear from.
Through the chair, we've heard from all speakers for this item.
Good.
Thanks so much, great.
I'm in agreement with my colleague's proposal of accepting variances 1 through 4 and refusing 5 through 9.
And through the chair, just to clarify, variance number 8 was deleted by the applicant, so it would be as amended.
I'm going to dissent on that. I'm looking at the street, and I can see that there's other houses that actually go right to the front of the lot as well. So to me, this garden suite will actually be essentially just another house that's this similar distance to the other houses along the thing. So I'm going to dissent on that.
All right, so we have as a motion then from you then to, just as to the, approving 4, do you want to?
So I have to hear Aaron's motion.
I'm sorry?
Aaron's motion?
Yes. Just do.
Yes, Aaron.
Through the chair, can we just have the motion stated clearly again?
yeah,
Mr.
so the
Chang
motion
can-
is to, basically is, okay, I'll be the one who make the motion. The motion is to approve item number 1 to 4 and refuse the other, where number 8 is withdrawn.
And through the
That's my
chair,
motion.
there's also urban forestry condition,
Yes, and the urban forestry condition number 2.
number 1 and 2.
Number 1 and 2, right.
5, all right.
Anyone second to my motion?
Yes, Chair, I will second that motion. All right.
Then,
Panel, what do you think? In support? In favor? Sorry. Okay. And one
2
dissent?
dissenting.
Okay, 1 dissent, okay.
No, 2 dissent
2 dissents.
and 3 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. All right. staff just with this roll over here, just sort of in your hands. So we have one further item because 19 was deferred. Should we proceed to do that? I see it's it's 5 after 2.
Through the chair, we have to proceed with the agenda, so we'll hear the item.
All right. Okay, then, so we'll move to item 20, 193, 195 Danforth Avenue. Just a moment to get this material. Okay. There's a lot there, yeah. Just need a moment getting to that. Okay. Yeah, right there, just a sec, guys, just, okay. Okay, so 193, 195 Danforth Avenue, we're altering an existing 3-story mixed-use building by certain construction, and we have 5 variances before us. We also have, just in connection with this property, other material that has come in: copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 1 photograph of the tree on the subject property, email correspondence from the assistant planner in the heritage section, transportation engineering, staff report from the supervisor of tree protection and plan review, and finally correspondence from Nancy Truscott on Dearborn Avenue. All right. We have the agent online. I'm going to say this morning, but sort of.
My name is Vlahovic, Slobodan Vlahovic, at 8 Onaway Road, Mississauga.
Okay.
The proposal is very simple. It's an addition to the rear of the building, adding 2 apartments, one on each of the 2 top floors. That's on the 2nd and 3rd. The bottom floor or bottom levels to remain as is with no changes. This will add extra rental space to the area, and the parking really is not an issue here because there's a great transportation network on Danforth. And there's also parking available in the neighborhood, rental parking. So the only real problem is, what do I do with the trees? And is the setback on the west side acceptable? That's it.
Through the chair, I'll also highlight for the members that in there is an urban forestry report and condition where urban forestry is recommending denial of variance number 4. And should the committee approve the application, then urban forestry is requesting that condition number 1 be imposed on the application.
No, that will be very difficult to provide.
Right.
And through the chair, we also have speakers registered for this item.
All right, I think we should hear then from that speaker at this time.
Hello, it's Nancy Truscott. Am I now unmuted?
Yes, we're hearing you. Yes.
Thank you very much. I live Nancy Truscott from 40 Dearborn Avenue, so our house backs onto the lane, and we can see it's close by the renovations he's recommending. It's my first time attending a committee of adjustment, so I don't know if my concerns can be sorted by you or not, but in general, I support improvement on the Danforth to maximize and optimize use of neighborhood property. My concern is construction in this dead-end lane will affect truck delivery that regularly uses the lane, especially the Danforth Music Hall at the west end of the lane. Our parking is off the lane. And Wood Green's huge modifications of that church of 60 Bowden the west end of the lane is the big church. All of this is going to happen, and I'm concerned about how all these stores with all their deliveries are going to manage with so much construction unless it's done synchronized somehow. So the Danforth Music Hall is at the west end and the Bowden is at the east end.
As for the actual variances themselves, can you take issue with any of them? For example, it was to provide 2 visitor parking spaces and 0 are to be provided on site. I'll just name that one for the moment.
I support the variation. I'm just concerned about managing the construction in the lane with so much going on.
Can I take that you're saying that you would live with, or at least that you could support the 4 variances that are before committee now?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the 4 variances are. Yeah, I'm just on my cell phone. I don't know your 5 variances, but I'm supportive of optimizing the use of the Danforth without putting up a 45-story building. Let's augment what we have, but let's do it in such a way that there is not the disruption in traffic and especially the use of the lane. That's all. So maybe this doesn't come under your venue. Maybe it comes under somebody else, but that's my concern.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions of this witness?
No.
Oh, all right. Here, Madam Secretary Treasurer, is there a further speaker? Do we have one on this?
Through the chair, there isn't any other speaker.
There's none? No further? Can't hear.
Through the chair, no, there's no other speakers.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Committee, any thoughts? Or someone want to put forward a motion?
I think we need the applicant to
Yes.
is there something? Yes.
Thank you, Aaron.
No worries.
Yes.
Sorry, back to the applicant. Sorry, yes. Could you respond, sir?
Yeah, there will be very little disruption since the building will have very little excavation. The building will put piles in, and that'll take a very short period of time, and everything will happen above grade on the 2nd and 3rd floors. So it's a matter of scheduling when that can happen, and I'm quite sure that neighbors will see that it'll work. It's not a big construction project. Thank you.
Yes, there's a question for you, sir. Just a moment. Yep.
So the issue seems to be forestry and the tree of heaven. Can you speak a little bit to how you see your project affecting the tree or to the tree itself, and how it fits into that particular area?
As far as the owner is concerned, the tree is not necessarily in good condition, and I think he would be amenable to planting on that strip either small trees or bushes to minimize the negative effects of the building. It's about the only thing I can see right now. If we put parking there, the tree will still be affected and it will eventually die. So there really isn't very much of a solution besides a minimal tree growth. Yep.
Does that mean you cannot meet the requirement from the forestry recommendation?
That's right.
But that's something we cannot take away. I mean, personally, I'm happy to support your application, but the forestry condition must be applied to it. So maybe you can talk to them afterwards and see if they can waive it.
That's the only thing we can do. This, at this stage, you know, there's nothing else we can do.
Okay, thank you.
If we're going into committee, I have a proposal.
I'm sorry?
If we're going into committee, I have a proposal.
Yes, okay, yes.
Are we in committee? Okay. So I actually live near here, and I went and inspected the site survey of this tree. And it is, it's a handsome, it's a remarkable tree in some ways because it's growing straight out of asphalt. But it doesn't seem to me that it's a tree that was put there intentionally or anything like that. So what I propose is that we approve this, and instead of instead of striking out variance 4, we include the forestry 1, I think is what the forestry said as the backup. And the applicant can talk to forestry and negotiate with them and see if they can get a permission. And if they can't get permission, that will give them the option of going to community council, where the community council can make the decision about which is the more important, the tree or adding 2 more units, which I think would be an appropriate, this is the kind of decision that would be appropriate for politicians to make. So if we approve all the variances with forestry condition 1, then that gives them a way forward and gives them a way to have scope to negotiate with forestry, and also gives them an appeal option. That's what I'm going to propose.
Yeah, that's a good plan. I agree.
All right, why not style that as a motion?
Okay,
For yourself, please, yeah.
So can we style that as a motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, all right, we're voting. It's so approved, looks like unanimous. All right. I believe we've come to the end of the morning thing now.
You need to know that it's actually earlier than the last one I was at. Really?
Okay, through the chair. So we'll start the afternoon session at 3:30.
3:30.
3:30 this